representatives of the International Civil Aviation Organization, representatives of the European Union Aviation Safety Agency, heads of government agencies, members of the technical working group, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this high-level meeting on the implementation of sustainable aviation fuel in Nigeria. May we rise for the national anthem. Thank you very much. May we have our seats. Distinguished guests, a few housekeeping announcements before we commence. Restroom facilities are located at the far end of the lobby. As you exit, kindly walk straight ahead and turn left. You exit the hall, you turn straight ahead and turn to your left. For your safety and comfort, please take note of the exits just right in front of the hall. And in the unlikely event of an emergency, please remain calm and follow the guidance of the venue official to the designated assembly area. A special welcome to our participants joining us online from across the globe. Kindly note that this event is transmitted live on YouTube via the screen displayed, the details displayed on the screen. We therefore encourage everyone to remain calm and maintain decorum throughout these proceedings. Ladies and gentlemen, may we begin. Today's gathering marks an important milestone in Nigeria's aviation journey as government institutions, international partners, industry leaders, and technical experts come together to formally launch the governance framework that will guide the development of sustainable aviation fuel in Nigeria. On behalf of the Nigeria Civil Aviation Authority, our partners from the International Civil Aviation Organization, the European Union, and the European Union Aviation Safety Agency, I warmly welcome you and thank you for honoring this invitation. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Bola Ahmed Tinubu International Conference Center, Abuja. Today's meeting is aimed at 4 key objectives. First, to formally constitute the Nigerian Sustainable Aviation Fuel Committee as governance body for Nigeria's national SAF initiative and its technical working groups. Also, to formally receive the Nigerian Sustainable Aviation Fuel Feasibility Study funded by the European Union under the ICAO Assistant Capacity Building and Training for SAF, and implemented by the European Union Aviation Safety Agency. Thirdly, to present the Sustainable Aviation Fuel Implementation Program that will guide Nigeria's SAF development journey. And lastly, to officially launch the ICAO Business Implementation Study that will support investment and implementation of sustainable aviation fuel production in Nigeria. So to formally welcome us and set the tone for today's proceedings, it is my pleasure to invite the Director General Civil Aviation Nigeria, Captain Chris Ona Najomo, for his welcome speech. Captain, the floor is yours.
The Honorable Minister of Aviation and Aerospace Development, ably represented by the Director of Air Transport Management here, Honorable Ministers here present, His Excellency, the Ambassador of the European Union to Nigeria, the Regional Director, ICAO WACAF Regional Office, ICAO Acting Deputy Director of Environmental and Cleaner Energies, the Director General, National Council of Climate Change, the Managing Director, NNPC New Energy Limited, representatives of the International Civil Aviation Organization, ICAO, representatives of the European Union Aviation Safety Agency, EASA, development partners and industry stakeholders, gentlemen of the press, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. It is my honor and privilege to welcome you all to this historic gathering convened to advance the development of sustainable aviation fuel, one of the most important initiatives in aviation environment sustainability. On behalf of the Nigerian Civil Aviation Authority, I extend a warm welcome to you all distinguished participants, those that are physically present and those who have joined us virtually. The high level of representation at this event demonstrates not only its importance to our industry, but the commitment of the federal government to this global initiative. Today marks a defining moment in the development of sustainable aviation fuel in Nigeria, as we are all set to accomplish three significant milestones, namely the formal inauguration of the high-level SAF Steering Committee, the official handover of the completed SAF visibility study for Nigeria, and lastly, the launch of the ICAO-supported SAF business implementation study. Each of these tells a story which began as an inspiration up to implementation and accomplishment for Nigeria. Sustainable aviation fuel is far more than an environmental undertaking. It is a national economic opportunity considering the nation's vast agricultural base, expanding refining capacity, and a capable of enterprising workforce. SAF holds the promise of new industries, new jobs, greater energy security, and a position of leadership for Nigeria in the emerging African SAF market. The visibility study being handed over today provides the credible evidence-based foundation upon which the opportunity can be built. It is the product of a rigorous technical work carried out under the ICAO Assistant Capacity Building and Training for Sustainable Aviation Fuels Program, of course supported by the European Union and the EASA in close collaboration with NCA and the technical working groups. Working together, we will translate the findings of this study into bankable investments, real production, and tangible benefits for Nigeria through the business implementation study that will be accompanied by the Sustainable Aviation Fuel Implementation Program. I therefore wish to express my sincere gratitude to the European Union, EASA, and ICAO for their invaluable partnership and the support so far extended to Nigeria. As the apex regulatory body for civil aviation in Nigeria, and as Secretariat to the high-level SAF Steering Committee, I wish to pledge Nigeria's total commitment to the development of this SAF initiative and the continued collaboration with all relevant stakeholders to ensure the successful completion of this project. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, while once again welcoming you to all this landmark event, I am confident that with the caliber of the eminent personalities here present, we will accomplish the objectives of today's event and achieve meaningful outcomes that will guide the future work on this initiative. Thank you, and God bless.
Thank you very much, Captain Chris Ona Najomo, Director General of Civil Aviation, Nigeria, for those insightful remarks and for your continued leadership in advancing the Nigeria's aviation sector. Ladies and gentlemen, one more time, please put your hands together and celebrate the GGCA Nigeria. Distinguished guests, it is now my pleasure to invite the Managing Director of NNPC New Energy Limited and Chairman of the Technical Working Group, Engineer Aruna Abdurrahman, to deliver his goodwill remarks.
Without much ado, I would like to stand on the already established protocol so that we don't take much time in this event as we are already far behind. I am to give goodwill message. Meanwhile, I'm also part of the technical working group. So the goodwill message is not just to an external party, it's to all of us, I and my organization inclusive. So, gentlemen of the press, ladies and gentlemen, it is with great pleasure that I extend this goodwill message on behalf of my organization, NNPC New Energy Limited, to all participants at the presentation of the report of the Sustainable Aviation Fuel, which is in short SAF, SAF. The feasibility study conducted in this respect for Nigeria and the inauguration of the high-level steering committee on the development of SAF in Nigeria. First and foremost, I must acknowledge and commend the dedicated nominees who served on the technical working group in this landmark project. Their expertise, commitment, and collaborative spirit contributed immensely to the rigor and credibility of this feasibility study. The findings of this study come at a time of extraordinary global momentum. And according to the Global Markets Insight, the sustainable aviation fuel market is projected to experience remarkable growth, with industry analysts forecasting it to expand from approximately $1 billion in recent years to well over $50 billion by 2035, and potentially exceeding $171 billion by 2050, the year whereby globally there is this target of net zero for SAF. Aviation pursues net zero emissions, and it is not just by rhetoric, it is by action, which is what we have already started. We in NNEL envision that these feasibility studies will be made as per site specific, just like as the DG NCAA mentioned. It is going to be site-specific studies that will be bankable. That is the time that we can translate this into real project actions. The Nigerian Civil Aviation Authority deserves commendation for convening this initiative and for its foresight in aligning Nigeria's aviation policy with global sustainability initiatives. When we say aligning, it means that we are aligning and also focusing on our national peculiarities. This feasibility report provides a credible roadmap, and we in NNPC New Energy, we are eager to collaborate with other stakeholders to translate these recommendations into actionable projects. In conclusion, we see SAF not merely as an alternative fuel, but as an engine for economic diversification, job creation, and environmental stewardship. Let today's presentation galvanize our collective resolve. Together, we can ensure that Nigeria's aviation sector takes flight on sustainable wings. Thank you, and I wish all of us productive deliberations and success in the vital work ahead to deliver effective, sustainable aviation fuel implementation in Nigeria. Thank you very much.
Distinguished guest, once again, please celebrate him for that wonderful remark and the opening speech. Ladies and gentlemen, we move to the virtual presentation, but before then, I would like to warmly welcome once again the Honorable Minister of Aviation and Aerospace Development, Honorable Festus Keyamo, SAN, ably represented by the Director Air Transport Management, Alhaji Mohammed Ahmed Tijani. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and celebrate. Once again, I would also like to warmly welcome and say we are highly honored to have with us the Ambassador of the European Union to Nigeria, His Excellency Gautier Mio in our midst. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for the Ambassador. Thank you very much. So we go into the virtual presentation from the Director of the International Civil Aviation Organization, Western and Central African Regional Office, Mr. Romain Ekoto, as he joins us virtually. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Romain Ekoto as he joins us virtually.
So thank you very much, Program Director. I hope you can hear me clearly. Please confirm if you can hear me.
Sure, we can hear you, sir. We can hear you, sir. Mr. Romain, we can hear you.
Thank you very much. So, Mr. Romain being currently in another meeting, so I will be delivering the remarks on his behalf. My name is Nika Monzi. I'm the Deputy Regional Director of the ICAO WACAF Office. Okay. So, Honorable Federal Minister of Aviation and Aerospace Development, Honorable Ministers, Your Excellency, the Ambassador of the European Union to Nigeria, Captain Chris Onanajomo, Director General of the Nigeria Civil Aviation Authority, distinguished representative of the federal government of Nigeria, distinguished representative of EASA, NNPC, New Energy Limited, the National Council of Climate Change, delegate nominated by the various organizations represented today, ladies and gentlemen. It is my great pleasure to join you today on behalf of the ICAO President of the Council and the Secretary General, as well as the ICAO Regional Director, for this high-level meeting dedicated to advancing sustainable aviation fuel in Nigeria through the launch of an ICAO business implementation study for its development and use. Allow me at the outset to express ICAO's sincere appreciation to the government of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, the Nigeria Civil Aviation Authority, and all national institutions that have contributed to this important initiative. I also wish to acknowledge the invaluable support of the European Union and the European Union Aviation Safety Agency, EASA, whose partnership continues to accelerate the implementation of ICAO SAF program across Africa. Today's meeting reflects Nigeria's determination to advance a more sustainable future for aviation. It also highlights the country's commitment to harnessing sustainable aviation fuel as a catalyst for sustainable economic growth, energy security, and industrial development. SAF lies at the heart of aviation transition toward a more sustainable future and is the main tool for achieving the ambitious ICAO long-term goal of zero emission by 2050. Through the SAF program, ICAO is working hand in hand with its member states to develop national strategies, strengthen institutional capacity, and support concrete implementation. Ladies and gentlemen, the opportunity for Nigeria is clear. The country has the potential not only to participate in the future of sustainable aviation, but to help shape it. Realizing that potential will require bold leadership, strong partnership, and sustained commitment. ICAO is proud to stand alongside Nigeria in every step of the way. Later today, the ICAO team will have the honor to officially launch the SAF business implementation study for Nigeria. This marks the transition from ambition to implementation. Far more than a technical study, the business implementation study is a strategic roadmap that bridges potential and investment, strategy and implementation, and vision and tangible projects. It is designed to identify viable business models, attract investment, foster strategic partnership, and support the development of a commercially viable and sustainable SAF industry in Nigeria. Ultimately, the success of the business implementation study will depend on the continued commitment, collaboration, and leadership of all stakeholders. I encourage all participants to actively engage in this afternoon lunch and discussions, which build on the finding on the previous feasibility study developed by EASA and the SAF, and will help shape the next phase of Nigeria's SAF development toward implementation. In closing, allow me to reaffirm that the ICAO WACAF office remains fully committed to supporting Nigeria and all the member states as they move from planning to implementation. Together, we can build a sustainable and cooperative SAF ecosystem that will benefit the region, strengthen Africa's position in the global transition to sustainable aviation, and serve as a model across the continent. On behalf of ICAO fraternity, I wish you fruitful discussions and every success in today's meeting. I look forward to the outcome that will help shape the next phase of Nigeria's sustainable aviation fuel journey. I would like to thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ekoto, for that remark. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Mr. Romain for that remark. Thank you very much for the remarks and for ICAO's continued support towards sustainable aviation development across the region. May I now respectfully invite to deliver a goodwill message the Director General of the National Council on Climate Change, Dr. Omotenioye Majekodumi. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Omotenioye.
Good morning, everybody. How are you all feeling today? Great. Permit me to please stand on all pre-existing protocols, but I would like to personally recognize His Excellency, the EU Ambassador. Very nice to be here and to see you here, sir. The Honorable Minister of Aviation and Aerospace, ably represented. I'd also like to recognize the Director General of the Nigeria Civil Aviation Authority and all of our development partners that are all here. We really, really see you and we recognize your presence and we thank you for that. I'd also want to mention all the aviation safety agencies, the representatives of the European Union, the heads of ministries, departments and agencies, leaders of all our airlines and airport authorities and our valued development partners, members of the academic and research community and the media, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is my pleasure to welcome you all on behalf of the National Council on Climate Change to this high-level meeting on implementation of sustainable aviation fuel in Nigeria. Let me begin by expressing my sincere appreciation to the Nigerian Civil Aviation Authority for convening this important meeting and for bringing together such an exceptional group of national and international partners. Today's meeting reflects a shared understanding that the future of aviation is no longer defined solely by connectivity and growth. It is defined by sustainability, resilience, and competitiveness. Sustainable aviation fuels is no longer a technology of tomorrow. It is rapidly becoming the currency of a decarbonized aviation sector. And countries that position themselves early will attract investment, create jobs, strengthen every energy security, and enhance their global competitiveness. Nigeria has every reason to be one of those countries. Under the leadership of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, and through the Renewed Hope agenda, Nigeria is pursuing a pathway of economic transformation that places investment, industrialization, and sustainable development at its core. Sustainable aviation fuel aligns naturally with these national principles or priorities, and it offers an opportunity to strengthen our economy while advancing our climate ambitions. And that is why we are gathered here today, not simply to discuss sustainable aviation fuel, but to shape Nigeria's position in one of the fastest growing segments of the global green economy. Distinguished participants, Nigeria's aviation sector stands at a defining moment. As global demand for air travel continues to rise, so too does the responsibility to decarbonize one of the world's most difficult sectors to abate. Sustainable aviation fuel is not simply an environmental imperative, it is an economic opportunity. It presents Nigeria with a chance to diversify its economy, unlock new value chains, attract investments, strengthen energy security, and position itself as a regional leader in sustainable aviation. The National Council on Climate Change is not simply a stakeholder in this agenda. We are one of the principal architects. And the Climate Change Act of 2021 establishes the Council as Nigeria's apex institution for climate governance and critically as the country's designated national authority for carbon markets. And this places us at the center of the governance, integrity, and investment architecture that sustainable aviation fuel implementation under CORSIA requires. At the National Council on Climate Change, we believe climate action is not a constraint on economic growth. It is an engine for economic transformation. Our responsibility is to provide the policy certainty, institutional credibility, and investment confidence that enables sectors such as aviation to thrive in a rapidly growing economy. CORSIA is not merely about reducing emissions on paper. It requires that every carbon credit used for compliance is real, measurable, additional, verifiable, and lastly, permanent. Carbon markets ultimately depend on one thing, and we all know what it is, it's trust. A carbon credit has value only if the world believes in its environmental integrity. So if it cannot withstand international scrutiny, it ceases to be an asset and becomes a reputational liability, not only for the airline that purchases it, but for the country that issues it. Protecting that integrity is one of the National Council on Climate Change's foremost responsibilities. Allow me to highlight what this partnership between NCC and NCAA means in practical terms. First, governance and oversight. The Council is establishing Nigeria's carbon market architecture, including registry systems, methodologies, and approval processes that will determine whether Nigeria carbon credits satisfy CORSIA's requirements and the eligibility criteria of internationally recognized carbon crediting programs. Without this architecture, Nigeria cannot credibly participate in this market. Secondly, environmental integrity. We are committed to ensuring that every carbon credit associated with Nigeria's aviation decarbonization journey, whether linked to sustainable aviation fuels, feedstock, renewable energy, land use, or other qualifying activities, it must represent genuine, measurable, and additional emissions reductions. We will not trade Nigeria's credibility for short-term volume. Thirdly, preventing double counting. As Nigeria implements its NDCs and advances Article 6 cooperation under the Paris Agreement, the Council is responsible for ensuring that internationally transferred mitigation outcomes, which are called ITMOs, are properly accounted for through corresponding adjustments, thereby safeguarding the integrity of Nigeria's own climate commitments. Fourth and last is coordination. The successful deployment of sustainable aviation fuel requires close collaboration across aviation, agriculture, energy, environment, finance, and industry. So the Council's statutory convening mandate enables us to bring these institutions together, ensuring that government speaks with one voice and that investors encounter a coherent and predictable policy environment. Distinguished colleagues, as we move from planning to implementation, our collective attention must now shift towards building projects that are both technically viable and commercially bankable. Through our collaboration under the ACT SAF program and the activation of our joint technical working groups, we are identifying sustainable feedstocks from agricultural residues and waste streams while protecting food security, creating new opportunities for farmers, and strengthening rural economies. We are mobilizing climate finance, blended finance, and innovative financial instruments to de-risk investments in Nigeria's biorefineries, and aligning sustainable aviation fuel with Nigeria's national climate finance strategy, Nigeria's national energy policy, and broader economic development priorities. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, high integrity carbon credits are becoming one of the world's most valuable climate commodities. Countries that demonstrate transparency, governance, credible monitoring, reporting and verification systems, and strong institutional oversight will attract investments, participate meaningfully in CORSIA, and transform their climate assets into long-term economic opportunity. Those that fail to build trusted systems risk left being behind. Nigeria possesses the feedstock potential, the aviation market, policy ambition, and institutional foundation required to become a regional leader in sustainable aviation fuel. Our challenge is no longer whether we have the potential. Our challenge is whether we have the discipline, the coordination, and ambition to build systems that the world will trust. I believe we do. Our ambition should not simply be to consume sustainable aviation fuel. Our ambition should be to produce it, certify it, finance it, and ultimately export it. Nigeria has the natural resources, entrepreneurial capacity, and market scale to become West Africa's hub for sustainable aviation fuel and high integrity carbon markets. Our vision is simple. Aircraft taking off from Nigeria should increasingly be powered by fuels produced in Nigeria, financed in Nigeria, creating jobs for Nigerians. This meeting provides an opportunity to align our institutions, our private sector partners, and our development partners around a common roadmap one in which sustainable aviation fuel deployment is supported by carbon market infrastructure that is credible, investable, and internationally recognized. The National Council on Climate Change remains fully committed to working hand in hand with the Nigeria Civil Aviation Authority, ICAO, EASA, and all relevant stakeholders to ensure that Nigeria not only participates in the global transition to sustainable aviation, but helps to shape it. Let me conclude by expressing my sincere appreciation to the Director General of the National Nigerian Civil Aviation Authority for their leadership and commitment to transforming Nigeria's aviation sector. Your leadership continues to strengthen aviation safety, improve connectivity, facilitate commerce, and support millions of livelihoods across our nation. I'll use this last opportunity to also acknowledge the Honorable Minister of Aviation and Aerospace Development, the International Civil Aviation Organization, for its global leadership in setting the standards that guide the future of international aviation, and the European Union Aviation Safety Agency for its invaluable technical partnership and continued support. The future of aviation will belong to countries that combine innovation with integrity, ambition with strong institutions, and economic growth with environmental stewardship. Nigeria is well positioned to be one of those countries. Let us seize this opportunity together. I wish you all a productive and successful meeting. Thank you, and God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Thank you very much, Madam Director General, especially for that promise of collaboration and the appreciation message to the NCA and the Federal Ministry of Aviation and Aerospace Development. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together and celebrate the Madam Director General. A special welcome to our participants joining online from across the globe. Kindly note that this event is being broadcast live on YouTube, and we therefore encourage everyone to maintain decorum throughout the proceedings. Few recognitions before we go into the next remark. Ladies and gentlemen, please make welcome Malam Hashim Ahmed, representing Dangote Refinery Group. Malam has joined us for this meeting. Let's please put your hands together and celebrate Madam for joining us. Also representing the MD Dangote Group, please make welcome Mr. Ahmed Hashim. Please put your hands together for Mr. Ahmed, ladies and gentlemen. We also like to recognize the representative of the acting Vice Chancellor of the African Aviation and Aerospace University, Dr. Saliu Abdullahi Chado. Also, we have in the house the DG CEO of the Pan-African Alliance of Small and Medium Industries, Dr. Henry E. Emejuo. Thank you very much. Distinguished guests, the European Union has been a valued partner in supporting Nigeria's sustainable aviation fuel initiative. It is therefore my pleasure to invite the ambassador of the European Union to Nigeria, His Excellency Gauthier Mignot.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning to you all. Following up. Yeah, with microphone, it's better. Okay, now I think it works. So again, my greetings to those following us online from across the globe or here attending this event at the Bola Ahmed Tinubu Convention Center. Allow me to stand on the existing protocol, but I would like to acknowledge our partners the Federal Ministry of Aviation and Aerospace Development, the Nigeria Civil Aviation Authority, the National Council on Climate Change, NNPC New Energy Limited, ICAO, and thanks to all for your kind words toward the European Union and your very interesting messages a few minutes ago. And of course also EU Aviation Safety Agency. Today's event is in fact part of a broader and a growing partnership between the European Union and Nigeria, and more widely between the EU and Africa, to promote green and digital economy, resilience and innovation. In aviation, the EU and Nigeria have built a strong partnership with environmental protection at its core since 2020. Through cooperation projects implemented by the European Union Aviation Safety Agency, the EU has supported Nigeria in the sound implementation of the carbon offsetting and reduction scheme for international aviation, CORSIA, and in exploring opportunities linked to the associated carbon market. Nigeria has been among the first African countries to deliver CORSIA eligible emission units with a letter of authorization, an essential step to ensure integrity and avoid double counting. Since 2024, ESA has also supported Nigeria on sustainable aviation fuels under the ICAO Act SAF initiative. Under this framework, EASA has worked with the Nigeria Civil Aviation Authority to raise awareness, to strengthen technical capacities among Nigerian SAF stakeholders, and also to assess the country's potential for local SAF production. And this work has resulted in the SAF feasibility study, which it will be an honor to hand over to the Honorable Minister's representative in a moment. And why does SAF matter so much? And previous speakers have already explained that very well, but allow me to try also to complement on this. SAF is not only an environmental imperative for the aviation sector, it is also an economic and social opportunity for Nigeria. SAF production can valorize agricultural and urban waste and residues. It can support circular economy approaches, build on existing industrial and infrastructure assets, and create value chains, jobs, and innovation opportunities. With the right long-term vision and enabling policies, SAF can help position Nigeria as a leader in the next generation of sustainable aviation fuels, including bio-based and synthetic fuels. And I think SAF is also important to keep airlines in good business, to keep this air traffic growing. And allow me to share a personal experience. My 26-year-old daughter, she has decided already some years ago to fly only once a year, not more than once a year, until aviation is not, while aviation is not decarbonized. And she's not the most radical. My nephew was a bit younger, he doesn't fly at all. He refuses completely to fly. And there are not cases isolated in Europe, in particular in the younger generation, but not only the younger generation. And I can tell you that the climate change disaster that is hitting Europe now very hard with the heat wave and fires is boosting this climate awareness even more. And I don't think either that this is limited only to passengers in Europe, but it grows also in other parts of the world. So if we want to convince the young generation and others to fly or keep flying, we need also SAF. And as usual, first movers will be those who will most benefit from this investment. And we have seen how SAF production is already becoming a reality in Africa, with countries such as Côte d'Ivoire, Senegal, Egypt, Morocco, and South Africa moving into this space. And we see Nigeria really as a country with strong conditions to become a front runner on the continent, including significant refining capacities, access to feedstocks, and these government commitments, so important and expressed again this morning, to a cleaner energy transition. Today's event demonstrates the holistic approach Nigeria is taking through the launch of the Sustainable Aviation Fuel Implementation Program, the SAFIP. The EU and Nigeria share the ambition of transforming their economies and advancing towards net zero emissions in the decades ahead. And we also share the ambition to develop local value chains and technology transfer. And this is what our global gateway strategy is all about. And we think that the EU is a reliable and experienced partner in this journey, and so we want very much to stand with Nigeria in this. So in conclusion, I would like to encourage all participants, all partners to fully commit to SAFIP and to contribute to this initiative that can create value not only for Nigeria, but also for the objectives of their own institutions and organizations. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and celebrate His Excellency, the Ambassador of the European Union to Nigeria, His Excellency Gauthier Mio. It is my pleasure to recognize the presence of the Honorable Minister of Agriculture and Food Security, Senator Abubakar Kyari, CON, represented by Mr. Abdulmalik Abdul Ganiu. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to welcome Dr. Matthew O. Adepoju, representing the Director General and Chief Executive, National Space Research and Development Agency, representing the Minister of Innovation, Science and Technology. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Dr. Matthew in the building. May I therefore invite on stage, ladies and gentlemen, the representative of the DG of the Minister of Innovation and Science and Technology, Dr. Matthew O. Adepoju, DG, CEO, National Space Research and Development Agency.
Thank you very much, MC. I'm standing in here for my Honorable Minister, Dr. Barrister Kingsley Ude, SAN. And before I make my own remark, I would like to go through his prepared speech. So this is a goodwill message by the Honorable Minister of Innovation, Science and Technology, Barrister Kingsley Ude, SAN. It is my voice, but it is the statement of my Honorable Minister at the inauguration of this high-level steering committee on the development of sustainable aviation fuel in Nigeria. He stated the protocol does. The Honorable Minister of Aviation and Aerospace Development, the EU Ambassador, Permanent Secretaries, Director General NCAA, Director General NCCC, Head of Government Agencies, distinguished members of the High-Level Steering Committee, development partners, captains of industry, members of the press, ladies and gentlemen. It is my distinctive honor to join you today for the inauguration of the High-Level Steering Committee on Sustainable Aviation Fuel in Nigeria. I commend the Honorable Minister of Aviation and Aerospace Development for providing leadership required to position Nigeria on the global pathway towards cleaner, greener, and more competitive aviation sector. This initiative comes at a critical time when Nigeria are accelerating efforts to reduce carbon emissions while strengthening economic resilience through innovation, research, industrial development, and strategic partnership. This initiative transcends the mere production of alternative fuel. It is a strategic opportunity to ignite our industrial base, stimulate biotechnology, create agricultural value chains, and drive the circular economy. It is a perfect embodiment of Mr. President's Renew Hope agenda, prioritizing energy security, economic diversification, and job creation. As a ministry charged with driving Nigeria's innovation, science, and technology ecosystem, we recognize that the successful development of domestic SAF industry will depend on robust research and development, indigenous technologies, standards development, skilled manpower, and strong collaboration among government, academia, research institutions, and the private sector. Nigeria possesses enormous comparative advantage for developing a sustainable SAF ecosystem. Our agricultural residues, municipal waste streams, non-food energy crops, high research potential, and emerging biorefinery technologies. All these provide significant opportunities for indigenous production while ensuring food security and environmental sustainability. Through the ministry's agencies and research institutions, which includes National Space Research and Development Agency, the National Biotechnology Research and Development Agency, the Raw Materials Research and Development Council, the Federal Institute of Industry Research, FIRO Oshodi, the Project Development Institute, PRODA, the National Office of Technology Acquisition and Promotion, and the National Board for Technology Incubation, MBTI. To mention a few, we are committed to providing scientific and technological backbone for Nigeria's Sustainable Aviation Fuel Initiative. NASDAQ's geospatial and Earth observation capability. We also support biomass resource mapping, environmental monitoring, and sustainable assessment. NABDA, we advance biotechnology solutions for the development of next generation biofuels from algae, agricultural residues, and other renewable feedstocks. Raw Material Development Council will facilitate the identification, characterization, and sustainable utilization of indigenous raw materials suitable for SAF production. FIRO and PRODA will contribute through process development, pilot scale technology, engineering, innovation, and industrial process optimization, while NOTAP and MBTI will strengthen technology transfer, commercialization, and innovation of incubation process in the country. Together, these institutions form an integral national innovation ecosystem capable of supporting Nigeria's emergence as a regional leader in sustainable aviation fuel production and green aviation technologies. I particularly encourage this steering committee to adopt an evidence-based approach that prioritizes development of comprehensive national SAF research and innovation roadmap, promotion of local technology development and indigenous manufacturing capabilities. Thirdly, establishment of internationally aligned standards and certification framework. Number 4, attraction of strategic investments through public-private partnership. 5, capacity development for Nigerian scientists, engineers, and innovators. 6, strong collaboration with regional and international organizations to facilitate technology transfer and knowledge exchange. As Africa's leading economy and one of the continent's leading aviation markets, Nigeria is well positioned to become a leader in sustainable aviation fuel production. by leveraging our scientific capability, abundant biomass resources, and entrepreneurial talent being demonstrated by Nigerian private sector. We can create an entire new green industrial value chain that generates employment, attracts investment, enhance energy security, reduce carbon emissions, and strengthen Nigeria's global competitiveness. I assure the Honorable Minister of Aviation and Aerospace Development that the Federal Ministry of Innovation, Science and Technology remains fully committed to working with the Federal Ministry of Aviation and Aerospace Development, other relevant ministries, departments, and agencies, the private sector, academia, development partners, and international stakeholders to provide scientific, technological, and innovation ecosystem required for the successful development of sustainable aviation fuel in Nigeria. On this note, I congratulate the Honorable Minister of Aviation and Aerospace Development for this visionary initiative and commend all members of the high-level steering committee for accepting the responsibility to serve our nation in this important assignment. I wish the committee fruitful deliberations and every success in delivering outcomes that will shape the future of Nigeria's aviation industry. Thank you for your kind attention. May God continue to bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. That is a statement from Barrister Kingsley Udesan, Honorable Minister of Innovation, Science and Technology. Now, my own voice. Thank you very much. I want you to help me celebrate the EU ambassador for always supporting Nigeria initiative in transiting our economy. The support that my agency is receiving from the EU ambassador, I don't think we've ever had any EU ambassador like you. Please continue to do the great thing you are doing for us. Thank you. In the same vein, I want you to help me celebrate the DG of NCAA, Captain Chris Najomo, whom we work together actively to pioneer the first balloon flight part and the procedures for authorization and everything. It's the first time we are doing it in Nigeria. I met him in his office, and right there he set up the committee, and I'm very happy to announce to you now, sir, that the balloon is ready. Everything is actually ready for us to do the maiden flight in Abuja here. Please, thank you. Thank you very much. So all the high-level delegation here, the Space Agency, of course, I won't forget my sister, the Director General of the Nigerian Climate Council for this country. You are doing a great job, and I will pay you a courtesy visit in the office. I carefully listened to your speech. There are so many aspects of work you are doing that you need evidence-based support from the Space Agency. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Thank you.
That was Dr. Matthew O. Adepoju, representing the Honorable Minister of Innovation, Science, and Technology, Dr. Kingsley Tochukwu Ude, SAN. Thank you very much for that assured promise of collaboration and support. Thank you very much. It is now my honor to invite the Honorable Minister of Agriculture and Food Security, Senator Abubakar Kyari, CON, represented by Mr. Abdulmalik Abdul Ganiyu. You're welcome, sir.
Good afternoon, everybody. I bring you greetings from the Honorable Minister of Agriculture and Food Security, Senator Abubakar Kyari. He would have loved to be here, but because he's engaged with another official somewhere, he has asked me to represent him here. His Excellency, the Ambassador, European Union to Nigeria, the DG NCA, the MD NNPC, the Director ICAO, the Honorable Minister represented here, and other MDA, all protocol duly observed. I'm honored to deliver this opening address at the inauguration of the High-Level Steering Committee on Development of Sustainable Aviation Fuel in Nigeria. The gathering marks a critical turning point for our energy transition, economic diversification, and long-term competitiveness in a rapidly evolving global aviation industry. As the sector expands, so does the pressure on energy security climate also expand. Our response must be strategic, coordinated, and anchored on evidence, recognizing that the transition to sustainable aviation fuel is not solely an energy issue, but also one that intersects with agriculture, employment, and food security. The establishment of this committee is timely, and it will have come rather than now, providing Nigeria with a structured platform to align stakeholders across government, agriculture, industry, finance, research institutions, civil society towards a common national roadmap. While Nigeria's strength lies in our people and agricultural potential, we must approach sustainable agricultural fuel development with care and responsibility, ensuring that it does not unintentionally compete with the food production or worsen the land and water pressure. Instead, we should pursue pathways that complement national priorities, including value addition in agriculture, utilization of residues, and support for farmers and rural livelihood. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, sustainable aviation fuel will not succeed through isolated effort, but through collaboration between policymakers and producers, aviation operators and researchers, investors and communities. We must also commit to integrity in our process, ensuring that sustainability claims are verifiable, contracts transparent, environmental and social risks assessed, and mitigated, and outcome measures with credible indicators. As a ministry, we will collaborate with this initiative and offer our commitment. I urge this committee to adopt a result-driven approach that translates planning into implementation and policy into measurable impact, while adding food security integration as fundamental pillar of every consideration. Every policy formulated, investment attracted, and technology deployed must be assessed through lens to its impact on agricultural livelihood and food availability. The inauguration of this high-level steering committee is not just about fuel, it is also about the Nigerian future. How we power our economy while protecting our environment, how we feed our people while fueling our progress, and how we transform our agricultural wealth into a source of national pride and global leadership. As we inaugurate this committee today, I urge all members to bring the new commitment, technical excellence, and strategic leadership to the work ahead. The path is challenging, but with the collective wisdom, expertise, and dedication assembled here, I have no doubt that we'll all succeed. Let us work together to build a sustainable aviation fuel sector that Nigeria and indeed Africa will be proud of. Thank you, and God bless Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Thank you, Honorable Minister, ably represented by Mr. Abdulmalik Abdulganiu. That was a speech for the Honorable Minister of Agriculture and Food Security, Senator Abubakar Kyari. Thank you very much. May I kindly remind you that Wi-Fi facilities are available and the connection details are displayed on the screen. So, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, every successful national initiative requires vision, leadership, and commitment. It is therefore my honor and privilege to invite the Honorable Minister of Aviation and Aerospace Development, Chairman of today's High-Level Sustainable Aviation Fuel Steering Committee, Honorable Festus Keyamo, SAN, ably represented by the Director, Air Transport Management, Alhaji Mohammed Ahmed, Tijani is coming for his welcome address and the constitution of the Nigerian high-level SAF steering committee. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and celebrate the Honorable Minister.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I bring you greetings from the Honorable Minister of Aviation and Aerospace Development, who would have loved to be here personally, but for other official engagement, he asked me to represent him and present his speech, and then inaugurate this important steering committee on sustainable aviation fuel. For those who are joining us online, we say thank you, and we appreciate your participation on this important event. This is the Honorable Minister's speech, opening address by the Honorable Minister of Aviation and Aerospace Development at the higher level meeting of the development of sustainable aviation fuel, SAF, in Nigeria at Bola Ahmed Tinubu International Conference Center, Abuja, today, July 20th, 2026. Distinguished Honorable Minister, Dr. Tochukwu Ude, Federal Minister of Science and Innovation, distinguished Honorable Minister Senator Abubakar Kyari, Federal Minister of Agriculture and Food Security, distinguished Honorable Minister Senator Heneken Lokobori, PhD, the Honorable Minister of State, Oil, Federal Minister of Petroleum, His Excellency, Ambassador of the European Union to Nigeria, Mr. Magnot Gauthier, the Director General, Nigerian Civil Aviation Authority, Captain Chris Najomo, the Director General of National Climate Change Commission, Mrs. Mojo Kondumi, the Managing Director of NNPC, New Energy, and Chairman of SAF Technical Working Group, Engineer Haruna Abdurrahman, the Director of ICAO Western and Central African Region, Mr. Roman Ekoto, ICAO Acting Deputy Director of Environment and Cleaner Energies, Tetsuya Tanaka, representative of European Union, Aviation Safety Agency, AESA, heads of government agencies, development partners, gentlemen, captain of industry, gentlemen of the phrase, ladies and gentlemen. It is my distinct honor and privilege to join you this morning at this historic gathering. I warmly welcome our distinguished guests, our international partners, and all stakeholders present, both in this hall and online, to this landmark event, which marks another significant milestone in Nigeria's journey towards building a resilient, competitive, and environmentally sustainable aviation sector. Today, we gather not only to inaugurate the Nigerian Sustainable Aviation Steering Committee, but also to reaffirm our collective commitment to positioning Nigeria as one of the regional leaders in sustainable aviation and clean energy development. The aviation sector plays a critical role in driving economic growth, regional integration, trade, tourism, and national development. However, as global efforts to address climate change intensify, aviation must also contribute meaningfully towards reducing greenhouse gas emissions while enhancing air connectivity that support growth of our national economy. Sustainable aviation fuel represents one of the most practical and impactful pathways towards achieving this objective. It offers an opportunity not only to decarbonize aviation, but also to stimulate investment, create new industries, generate employment, strengthen energy security, and unlock enormous value across Nigeria's agricultural, energy, and industrial sector. Nigeria possesses abundant potential feedstock resources as the largest producer of cassava in the world, a vibrant agricultural economy which generates vast quantity of agricultural and agro-industrial residues, growing human and technical capacity with expanded domestic refining capacity, and the strategic geographic location that uniquely position our country to become a major producer and supplier of sustainable aviation fuel within Africa and beyond. Distinguished guests, today's event demonstrates what can be achieved through strong partnership. I wish to express sincere appreciation of His Excellency President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GSFR, and the good people of this great nation, to the International Civil Aviation Organization, ICAO, the European Union and European Union Aviation Safety Agency, EASA, for their continuous support to this sustainable aviation initiative. I also want to commend Nigerian Civil Aviation for providing leadership in coordinating this important initiative, as well as the membership of technical working groups whose expertise and dedication have made today's achievement possible. The Sustainable Aviation Fuel Feasibility Study that will be formally handed over today represents an important body of knowledge. It provides Nigeria with a sound technical assessment of our opportunities, challenges, comparative advantages, and serves as a solid foundation upon which we will build our national implementation program. Let me therefore assure our partners and prospective investors that this government understands its role in providing policy direction, the regulatory clarity, the need, incentive, and assurances, as well as other enabling environment to support this initiative. Ladies and gentlemen, one of the most important outcomes of today's event is the formal inauguration of Nigeria's Sustainable Aviation Fuel Steering Committee. This committee will serve as a national governance platform responsible for providing strategic direction, coordinating implementation, promoting collaboration among stakeholders, overseeing the delivery of Nigeria's Sustainable Aviation Fuel implementation program. The transition to sustainable aviation fuel is not a responsibility of one ministry or one institution alone. It requires coordinated and cross-cutting action of government, industries, academia, financial institutions, development partners, and private sector. I therefore call upon every member of this committee to approach this assignment with dedication, innovation, and shared sense of national purpose. Our work must translate policy into action, research into investment, and opportunities into measurable national development. The Sustainable Aviation Fuel Implementation Program that will be presented later today provides a practical roadmap for achieving these ambitions. It identifies priority initiatives, institutional responsibility, and implementation pathway that will guide our collective effort over the coming years. Equally important is the commencement of ICAO Business Implementation Study, which will provide a detailed commercial and investment analysis needed to support bankable projects, attract both domestic and international investors into Nigeria's sustainable aviation fuel chain. This precisely is the type of partnership and evidence-based planning that will accelerate implementation while ensuring sustainability and long-term success. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, as we move forward, Nigeria remains fully committed to supporting the implementation of ICAO's environmental protection objective, including the carbon offsetting and reduction scheme for international aviation, COSAIR, while advancing our national climate commitment and sustainable development goals. Our vision is clear: to establish Nigeria as a leading hub for sustainable aviation fuel production in Africa, create economic opportunities, strengthening energy transition effort, and contributing meaningful global climate action. The success of this vision would depend on sustained collaboration, strong institutions, and continued commitment from every stakeholder represented here today. I therefore encourage all members of the committee that will be constituted today, the technical working groups, to work together with determination and urgency to translate today's commitment into tangible results. Before I conclude, I once again thank the European Union, ICAO, EASA, the Nigerian Civil Aviation Authority, our partner ministries, development partners, every stakeholder who has contributed to this important initiative. Together, we are laying the foundation for a cleaner, more sustainable, and more prosperous future of Nigeria's aviation sector. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now my pleasure to formally inaugurate this important national committee called Nigerian Sustainable Aviation Steering Committee as the national governance body responsible for providing strategic oversight for implementation of Nigeria's Sustainable Aviation Fuel Program and the coordination of its technical groups. This committee membership comprises of the following important dignitaries and agencies: the Honorable Minister of Aviation and Aerospace Development, Minister of Aviation and Aerospace Development, Honorable Minister of Innovation, Science and Technology, Honorable Minister of Agriculture and Food Security, the Honorable Minister of State Oil, Minister of Petroleum, the Director General Nigerian Civil Aviation Authority, NCAA, the Director General Nigeria Climate Change Commission, the Managing Director, NMPC Energy Limited. This is the composition of this important National Steering Committee. I congratulate all members of this. I congratulate all members of the committee and wish you every success in the discharge of this important national assignment and responsibility. With that, I hereby declare the Nigerian Sustainable Aviation Committee officially inaugurated. Thank you for your attention and wish you a fruitful deliberation ahead in this today important event. Thank you.
Thank you very much, the Honorable Minister. May I have the honor of inviting the Honorable Ministers on stage and the Steering Committee for the Sustainable Aviation Fuel in Nigeria. The Director General, can we have the Minister of Innovation and all VIPs on stage? Yes. The details for the Wi-Fi is now projected on the screen. Media, are you ready? This is the time for the photo session. The steering committee, here for the group photograph. We have the photo session going on. We have the Director General, National Council on Climate Change, the Director General, the Managing Director, NMPC, the Honorable Minister, State for Petroleum, the Honorable Minister for Agriculture and Food Security. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Kindly join me in congratulating the new steering committee for the sustainable aviation fuel in Nigeria. Distinguished guests, we now proceed to a symbolic and highly significant ceremony, the formal handover ceremony of the Sustainable aviation fuel feasibility study for Nigeria. May I respectfully invite the Ambassador of the European Union to Nigeria, His Excellency Gauthier Mignot. Thank you very much. Whilst clapping, can also welcome on stage the Honorable Minister of Aviation, ably represented by the Director of Air Transport Management, Halaji Mohammed Ahmed Tijani, and also the Director General Civil Aviation Nigeria, Captain Chris Ona Najomo. And lastly, we'd like to have Mr. Santiago on stage representing the European Union Aviation Safety Agency. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome them. We also like to have on stage the Director of Air Transport Regulations and Head of Operations. May we have Dr. Okay, we have the EU representative on stage also. Can we have the Director Air Transport Regulations, Nigerian Civil Aviation Authority on stage? Thank you very much. So do you formally present the second mic? Oh, you want to use this mic? You can use this mic. Okay. What we are witnessing right now is the formal handover ceremony of the Sustainable Aviation Fuel Feasibility Study funded by the European Union. May I respectfully request that VIPs remain on stage while we have participants kindly join us for the VIP to kindly join us, other VIPs join us on stage for the group photograph. May I request that the VIP remain on stage while we have the other VIPs join us on stage for the group photograph. Because of the picture, Abby.
Can it be moved?
Let me ask. So thank you very much. My request that some of us come down from the stage so we can have a better coverage of the photograph. Thank you very much to all the dignitaries and the newly constituted Committee on SAF Development in Nigeria. May we kindly take our seats. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now break for refreshments. May I kindly advise all VIPs to move to the room just behind the stage. The ushers will be glad to assist should you need assistance. And all participants can also move to the room just by the open room just by your right for your tea break. Kindly return promptly as proceedings will resume shortly with presentations on the Sustainable Aviation Fuel Implementation Program. Thank you.
As climate action takes off, our need to decarbonize intensifies. The aviation industry has committed to a long-term goal of net zero carbon emissions. And for air travel, this is no easy task. While electric and hydrogen alternatives will develop for some flights in the future, today, sustainable aviation fuel, or SAF for short, is our best, most scalable solution. Most SAF is made from bio-based and waste raw materials, such as energy crops, used cooking oil, and industrial waste. It's then blended with jet fuels, ready to perform in commercial engines. From field to flight, SAF has the potential to lower carbon emissions by up to 80%. And organisations like the Roundtable on Sustainable Biomaterials ensure its production protects people as well as our planet. Drop-in SAF gives aviation the strongest chance of halving net carbon emissions by 2050 without modifying aircrafts. But to make SAF more widely available and affordable, we must immediately remove barriers to boost production and the market sustainably. The switch to SAF marks a moment in time where we can choose to innovate aviation for good and fuel a brighter future in flight. To learn more about how you can make a truly sustainable switch to SAF, visit our website. Behind sustainable aviation fuel, or SAF for short, are raw materials from a range of sources. Often called feedstocks, these include agricultural residues from crops like sugarcane and carinata, and waste materials such as used cooking oil, municipal waste, and even carbon captured from industrial processes. While these sources can be sustainable, social and environmental impacts must be considered. Because, as demand for SAF soars, we need to build a future supply in ways that are truly positive for people and the planet. For example, if sustainability isn't prioritized, planting crops for biofuel could put increased pressure on land resources, leading to ecosystem conversion. Or if we use municipal waste that would usually be turned into energy to power a country's electricity grid, this might increase the demand for coal. But with the right measures in place, the production and use of SAF can create job opportunities, support ecosystem conservation, and enhance local development for communities, all while ensuring total carbon emissions are cut. Organisations like the Roundtable on Sustainable As climate action takes off, our need to decarbonize intensifies. The aviation industry has committed to a long-term goal of net zero carbon emissions, and for air travel, this is no easy task. While electric and hydrogen alternatives will develop for some flights in the future, today, sustainable aviation fuel, or SAF for short, is our best, most scalable solution. Most SAF is made from bio-based and waste raw materials, such as energy crops, used cooking oil, and industrial waste. It's then blended with jet fuels, ready to perform in commercial engines. From field to flight, SAF has the potential to lower carbon emissions by up to 80%. And organisations like the Roundtable on Sustainable Biomaterials ensure its production protects people as well as our planet. Drop-in SAF gives aviation the strongest chance of halving net carbon emissions by 2050 without modifying aircrafts. But to make SAF more widely available and affordable, we must immediately remove barriers to boost production and the market sustainably. The switch to SAF marks a moment in time where we can choose to innovate aviation for good and fuel a brighter future in flight. To learn more about how you can make a truly sustainable switch to SAF, visit our website. Behind sustainable aviation fuel, or SAF for short, are raw materials from a range of sources. Often called feedstocks, these include agricultural residues from crops like sugarcane and carinata, and waste materials such as used cooking oil, municipal waste, and even carbon captured from industrial processes. While these sources can be sustainable, social and environmental impacts must be considered. Because, as demand for SAF soars, we need to build a future supply in ways that are truly positive for people and the planet. For example, if sustainability isn't prioritized, planting crops for biofuel could put increased pressure on land resources, leading to ecosystem conversion. Or if we use municipal waste that would usually be turned into energy to power a country's electricity grid, this might increase the demand for coal. But with the right measures in place, the production and use of SAF can create job opportunities, support ecosystem conservation, and enhance local development for communities, all while ensuring total carbon emissions are cut. Organisations like the Roundtable on Sustainable Biomaterials provide confidence that the production and use of raw materials for SAF positively impacts the aviation industry, its passengers, communities, and our planet. The switch to SAF marks a moment in time where we can choose to innovate aviation for good and fuel a brighter future in flight. To learn more about how you can make a truly sustainable switch to SAF, visit our website. As climate action takes off, our need to decarbonize intensifies. The aviation industry has committed to a long-term goal of net zero carbon emissions, and for air travel, this is no easy task. While electric and hydrogen alternatives will develop for some flights in the future, today, sustainable aviation fuel, or SAF for short, is our best, most scalable solution. Most SAF is made from bio-based and waste raw materials, such as energy crops, used cooking oil, and industrial waste. It's then blended with jet fuels, ready to perform in commercial engines. From field to flight, SAF has the potential to lower carbon emissions by up to 80%. And organisations like the Roundtable on Sustainable Biomaterials ensure its production protects people as well as our planet. Drop-in SAF gives aviation the strongest chance of halving net carbon emissions by 2050 without modifying aircrafts. But to make SAF more widely available and affordable, we must immediately remove barriers to boost production and the market sustainably. The switch to SAF marks a moment in time where we can choose to innovate aviation for good and fuel a brighter future in flight. To learn more about how you can make a truly sustainable switch to SAF, visit our website. Behind sustainable aviation fuel, or SAF for short, are raw materials from a range of sources. Often called feedstocks, these include agricultural residues from crops like sugarcane and carinata, and waste materials such as used cooking oil, municipal waste, and even carbon captured from industrial processes. While these sources can be sustainable, social and environmental impacts must be considered. Because, as demand for SAF soars, we need to build a future supply in ways that sustainability isn't prioritised. Planting crops for biofuel could put increased pressure on land resources, leading to ecosystem conversion. Or if we use municipal waste that would usually be turned into energy to power a country's electricity grid, this might increase the demand for coal. But with the right measures in place, the production and use of SAF can create job opportunities, support ecosystem conservation, and enhance local development for communities, all while ensuring total carbon emissions are cut. Organisations like the Roundtable on Sustainable Biomaterials provide confidence that the production and use of raw materials for SAF positively impacts the aviation industry, its passengers, communities, and our planet. The switch to SAF marks a moment in time where we can choose to innovate aviation for good and fuel a brighter future in flight. To learn more about how you can make a truly sustainable switch to SAF, visit our website.
just do the presentation directly.
For you, not also mine. But how are they
As
going
climate
to
action takes off, our need to decarbonise intensifies. The aviation industry has committed to a long-term goal of net zero carbon emissions. And for air travel, this is no easy task. While electric and hydrogen alternatives will develop for some flights in the future, today, sustainable aviation fuel, or SAF for short, is our best, most scalable solution. Most SAF is made from bio-based and waste raw materials, such as energy crops, used cooking oil, and industrial waste. It's then blended with jet fuels, ready to perform in commercial engines. From field to flight, SAF has the potential to lower carbon emissions by up to 80%. And organisations like the Roundtable on Sustainable Biomaterials ensure its production protects people as well as our planet. Drop-in SAF gives aviation the strongest chance of halving net carbon emissions by 2050 without modifying aircrafts. But to make SAF more widely available and affordable, we must immediately remove barriers to boost production and the market sustainably. The switch to SAF marks a moment in time where we can choose to innovate aviation for good and fuel a brighter future in flight. To learn more about how you can make a truly sustainable switch to SAF, visit our website. Behind sustainable aviation fuel, or SAF for short, are raw materials from a range of sources. Often called feedstocks, these include agricultural residues from crops like sugarcane and carinata, and waste materials such as used cooking oil, municipal waste, and even carbon captured from industrial processes. While these sources can be sustainable, social and environmental impacts must be considered. Because, as demand for SAF soars, we need to build a future supply in ways that are truly positive for people and the planet. For example, if sustainability isn't prioritised, planting crops for biofuel could put increased pressure on land resources, leading to ecosystem conversion. Or if we use municipal waste that would usually be turned into energy to power a country's electricity grid, this might increase the demand for coal. But with the right measures in place, the production and use of SAF can create job opportunities, support ecosystem conservation, and enhance local development for communities. All while ensuring total carbon emissions are cut. Organisations like the Roundtable on Sustainable Biomaterials provide confidence that the production and use of raw materials for SAF positively impacts the aviation industry, its passengers, communities, and our planet. The switch to SAF marks a moment in time where we can choose to innovate aviation for good and fuel a brighter future in flight. To learn more about how you can make a truly sustainable switch to SAF, visit our website.
May I respectfully request that participants take their seats as we shall be commencing proceedings shortly. Thank you.
As climate action takes off, our need to decarbonise intensifies. The aviation industry has committed to a long-term goal of net zero carbon emissions, and for air travel, this is no easy task. While electric and hydrogen alternatives will develop for some flights in the future, today, sustainable aviation fuel, or SAF for short, is our best, most scalable solution. Most SAF is made from bio-based and waste raw materials, such as energy crops, used cooking oil, and industrial waste. It's then blended with jet fuels, ready to perform in commercial engines. From field to flight, SAF has the potential to lower carbon emissions by up to 80%. And organisations like the Roundtable on Sustainable Biomaterials ensure its production protects people as well as our planet. Drop-in SAF gives aviation the strongest chance of halving net carbon emissions by 2050 without modifying aircrafts. But to make SAF more widely available and affordable, we must immediately remove barriers to boost production and the market sustainably. The switch to SAF marks a moment in time where we can choose to innovate aviation for good and fuel a brighter future in flight. To learn more about how you can make a truly sustainable switch to SAF, visit our website. Behind sustainable aviation fuel, or SAF for short, are raw materials from a range of sources. Often called feedstocks, these include agricultural residues from crops like sugarcane and carinata, and waste materials such as used cooking oil, municipal waste, and even carbon captured from industrial processes. While these sources can be sustainable, social and environmental impacts must be considered. Because, as demand for SAF soars, we need to build a future supply in ways that are truly positive for people and the planet. For example, if sustainability isn't prioritised, planting crops for biofuel could put increased pressure on land resources, leading to ecosystem conversion. Or if we use municipal waste that would usually be turned into energy to power a country's electricity grid, this might increase the demand for coal. But with the right measures in place, the production and use of SAF can create job opportunities, support ecosystem conservation, and enhance local development for communities, all while ensuring total carbon emissions are cut. Organisations like the Roundtable on Sustainable Biomaterials provide confidence that the production and use of raw materials for SAF positively impacts the aviation industry, its passengers, communities, and our planet. The switch to SAF marks a moment in time where we can choose to innovate aviation for good and fuel a brighter future in flight. To learn more about how you can make a truly sustainable switch to SAF, visit our website.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I respectfully request that we take our seats as we commence proceedings. Basque. Basque. Distinguished Ministers of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Your Excellency EU Ambassador to Nigeria, representatives of ICAO, EASA, and the European Union, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. The morning session established the political commitments, institutional framework, and strategic partnerships that will drive sustainable aviation fuel development in Nigeria. As we move into the next phase of today's program, our attention shifts from governance to implementation. Distinguished participants, every successful national initiative requires a clear roadmap. Having completed the visibility phase and established the governance framework, the next logical step is defining how Nigeria moves from planning to implementation. The Sustainable Aviation Fuel Implementation Program represents that roadmap. To lead us through this important presentation, please make welcome to members of the Technical Working Group. Please make welcome Mrs. Oyetun Adegbeson and Miss Damiana Serafini, who is going to be joining us virtually. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our team.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for being patient with us and waiting for this technical session. This is a session where, like the MC said, we're going to define how to move from planning, from feasibility to implementation. And we have a presentation that I'm going to make along with the I'm going to make that presentation along with Zamena. Is going to join us online. So I will make part of the presentation and she will continue. So can I have my presentation on the screen? Okay. Can we have the first page of the presentation? Yes, so as we can see, the presentation says from feasibility to implementation, advancing sustainable aviation fuel in Nigeria. And this, we're going to go through what we have done so far and how we want to progress into the next step, which is also a very important step. All right, so media, please, can I control my, all right. I would like to control it from here. So now we have why SAF and how we got here. Why SAF and how we got here. We have, in time past, before now, had a lot of engagement on the ICAO Act SAF engagement, which is the Assistant Capacity Building engagement on sustainable aviation fuel. And this we have had some meetings in Nigeria, and also we have had in collaboration with EU and EASA. This led to the SAF Technical Working Group having a lot of meetings, and we have 6 technical working groups that have been working with us on the feasibility study. And the feasibility study is the one that we have presented today, 20th of July. So before this stage, we have had a lot of engagement with a lot of a number of stakeholders that are seated here today, and that is why that what led us to the steering committee. So I will also like us to know that we have key findings from the feasibility study. Just going through over it again, because I know for some of us here is our first time of attending this our meeting on sustainable aviation fuel. So some of the key findings that we were able to identify were that Nigeria has demonstrated potential to produce SAF, and we have over 9 potential feedstock. We have over 9 potential feedstock, and we have 4 qualified pathways that have been defined. This feasibility study also identified that we have quantity and quality feedstock that is available in Nigeria. Most especially, we have the palm oil waste, and we have the used cooking oil, cassava, and agricultural residues. They are in abundance, and these are some of the feedstock that can be used and that are already identified by ICAO. Then we have the Dangote co-processing, which we identify that it presents the lowest cost and near term for SAF development. That is, we can have the co-processing in the near term because there is an existing refinery, and working with Dangote, we are on the process of looking at how that can be done. You know, it has to, we have a lot of engagement. We've started engaging Dangote, and the near term where Nigeria can start producing the sustainable aviation fuel is through co-processing. It is that's the fastest lane to go before we actually start looking at the feedstock and getting them certified. Then we also identify that the size of investment and SAF price is differential, and it creates a order. So we know that, and we are looking at, as a technical working group, when I say we, I mean the technical working group, how we can have blended capital and carbon market revenue to help close these gaps. And that's why we've been also in collaboration with some financial bodies, and we know that even ICAO has set up a FinVest that we can also you know, to get to use. And so the outcome on this is that we have near-term co-processing, The midterm is alcohol to jet, and the long term is for Nigeria to become a SAF hub, sustainable aviation fuel hub. That is our ultimate goal. So I would like us I would like to introduce us that the next step after the feasibility study, since we were able to identify all that is very important in Nigeria to go into SAF, the next step is to have a feasibility study. And ICAO is here, and at the right time they will do the presentation, and you will know the details of what ICAO has for us on the feasibility study. But when we talk about the feasibility study, it is an investment grade business case for one or more specific SAF projects in Nigeria. So, and the outcome is we want to see how to have bankable SAF projects ready to attract investment. We have, through the technical working group, we are going to work with ICAO to have all this in place through the techno-economic assessment, project business case, risk assessment, and financing roadmap. All these are what we have in the business implementation study. And just like we had the feasibility study being presented today, so also we will have the business implementation study be presented in very near term, let's say maybe in 6 months' time. And I want the technical working group to give a big round of applause to that we are ready to work towards that this time around. Thank you very much. So I'll just also try and go through this slide which talks about the high-level SAF steering committee. I'm happy that we are all being witnesses to the high-level steering committee inauguration today. This committee is very important for moving the work forward. The purpose is to establish a national ministerial level body to coordinate SAF across sectors. As you all know, SAF has many stakeholders engagement, and so we needed to also assess all the policy framework through the ministers, that are policy makers. And that's why you have many ministers here represented, and were able to be inaugurated. And of course, we know as the work goes on, we may even have an extension of the technical working group, because we know that SAF is just developing, and so we will begin to look at more areas to engage others. And the outcome is to have strategic direction. We know that with the ministries and the ministers involved, we'll be able to have strategic direction of this interministerial coordination and investment mobilization, SAF policy, under the Honorable Minister of Aviation and Aerospace Development. This is our aim, and we believe that we will get here. So, this is the slide is just to further let us know the role of the steering committee, which is made up of the Minister of Aviation and Aerospace Development, the Minister of Agriculture and Food Security, the Minister of Innovation, Science and Technology, the MD, NNPC New Energy, the DG NCA, and the DG NCCC. So I would not want to bore us by going into what is required of them, because they already know what is required of them as the steering committee policy drivers. So the SAF Technical Working Group, without you, you will not be at this stage that we had today. We have the policy and regulation members, we have the feedstock production members, we have the funding and investment members, we have technology and innovation members, we have the environment and social impact, and we have infrastructure and logistics. And we have been able to deliver the feasibility study. We also know that with the technical working group in place, we'll be able to have coordinated and evidence-based SAF readiness that is anchored by NCA, and also being, we have your input also to bring out the best for the business implementation study. And that is why we are introducing, I know the technical working group are aware that we have what we call the Sustainable Aviation Fuel Implementation Program. And we are introducing it and, talking more about it today because it's be the foundation of our next step. And so with this, I will hand over to Damiana now that will continue by discussing the SAF Sustainable Aviation Fuel Implementation Program. So Damiana, over to you. Media, can you allow her to share her screen now? Thank you.
Thank you, Oyetun. Thank you, Oyetun. That was a wonderful presentation. I'm just checking if everybody can hear me okay. Okay. So I'm good. I'm going to assume you can.
Yes, we can hear you, Damiana. We can hear you. Thank you very much.
Fantastic. Thank you, sir. So the Nigeria Sustainable Aviation Fuel Implementation Program is based on the outputs from the Sustainable Feasibility Study, SAF, document that we presented earlier today. The idea is to work alongside the business implementation study team and share factual evidence on some of those outputs that they can use in order to do their own evaluation. We're both working on the results of the feasibility study. And the difference between the SAFIP and the BIS is that we want to find factual information so that the BIS can give a more accurate techno-economic analysis that is more investment ready and leaves less room for questions on the practical implementation. So this was very well received, and we are delighted to work alongside the ICAO team. And we thank the entire technical working groups for putting their brains together to help us develop this program. Now, the program is made out of several layers, and each one of them tackles a specific need that we identified in the feasibility study. The governance and coordination, of course, is just the administrative part of each and every program. And then we have a layer B, and I'll go into detail each of them as I move along. We're looking for feedstock readiness. While Oyetun was very clear that there is quantity and quality, we still have to understand how can we source that. We need to find what we call a gate-ready feedstock supply. That is, if a SAF producer or Dangote refineries decides to do co-processing, Nigeria has to be ready to provide that feedstock to their gate so that they can incorporate it directly into the system. Conversion pathway validation is because we have several options on how can we move forward using the local feedstocks. Aviation operational readiness to understand where are we today in Nigeria, where are those gaps, and how can we fill them. Investment commercialization, it's common to every kind of initiative that needs an economic return. And then comes the interface and the knowledge exchange with the BIS. Very, very important. We are both feeding each other. There's expert minds at work, and we want to make sure that we do not duplicate the work, but instead that we can improve upon each other. And capacity building and knowledge replication initiative, I'll go into detail, but the idea is that Nigeria can become independent, an independent SAF expert. So let's dive in. We have governance and coordination. And the purpose is to establish the backbone for Nigeria's SAF implementation under the NCAA Stake Action Plan, right? And we have the SAF Steering Committee that, my congratulations for the announcement today, who will be there for the oversight and convert the findings into policy. Without policy, investment becomes very risky. So we want to de-risk investment and attract those investors to come to Nigeria or within Nigeria, and reassure them that the SAF industry is a safe place, secure, and credible to invest in. The Secretariat, headed by the NCAA, will have the technical coordination and monitor progress and aligns with the stakeholders when it comes to fundraising, when it comes to project coordination, technical advice, together with the SAF technical working groups and the pilot stakeholders. Each pilot will have their champion and the working groups within the pilot to run it together with the support of the Secretariat. And the technical working groups are the brains behind what the pilot needs, each one of them, and the corresponding technical working group with work hand by hand with the pilot stakeholders. And the funding partners are there to support us through the entire process. Now, the feedstock and conversion pathway, according to the results from the feasibility study, we find that a pilot to increase cassava productivity via the adoption of improved planting material could actually bring a lot of information. What is there needed for farmers to increase their yields? Nigeria is the largest producer of cassava in the world with the lowest yields. So it is working with national institutions dedicated to this type of subject matter to understand where is the block here and how can Nigerian farmers improve their yields. And the pilot in 2B is a CORSIA compliant cassava LCA for inclusion in the ICAO default values. Here's one thing that we all need to know. It's not a free-for-all here. As many, more than once we've heard the video from the RSB, not every feedstock, just because it has carbon in it, qualifies as a feasible feedstock. We need to ensure sustainability from the environmental side, the social, and the economic side. Okay, I'm a little bit under the weather. So the LCA is a life cycle analysis, and it tells us what is the environmental footprint of that feedstock and the social aspects and impacts, as well as the economic. Once we find that out, we understand whether or not this is a feasible feedstock for SAF. But we also need expert advice. And we understand very well that CORSIA has a program on LCA Accelerator, and they're very keen to advance on doing the life cycle analysis of cassava, given the results from studies from Ghana and Cote d'Ivoire, who also pointed out a great opportunity for the use of cassava and cassava residues for ethanol production, all the way to sustainable aviation fuels, alcohol to jet fuel. So our idea in the pilot project is to join forces and offer the ICAO team a platform from where they can gather all the information for an LCA. Now, an LCA runs on biological types because you need to run through the entire crop, planting season, and cultivation and harvesting. So we know that in Nigeria, we have everything that is needed to run this project, and we welcome the collaboration. Now, layer C, it's about conversion pathway validation. As mentioned by Madam Oetun, we have a case study here on Dangote refining co-processing. There's these three feedstocks within Nigeria that can offer a promising supply of oil-based feedstock for co-processing. Co-processing is the incorporation of a vegetable oil or a used cooking oil or any oil-based natural renewable feedstock into an existing refining process for jet fuel. The discussions are going on, and we are very positive that we can arrive at some type of understanding that this could actually be a great opportunity, not only for the provision of SAF, but as well for the economic development of the nation. And then we have Pilot C, which is a cassava peel residue to ethanol conversion. That's a pathway that we'd like to understand further. It is based on laboratory tests done by a university in Uganda, where the possibility is there. We need to find out, is this economically feasible, and can we take it to scale? Everything in SAF is big or bigger. And the cassava peel, we also need to understand what is the impact on the parallel markets, because there's already a use for those peels. And can we give it a use that can bring even more advantage to those who are using the peel for a specific purpose in economic development and divert it to SAF? All of those things will be looked into and understand whether this is technically and socially feasible, economically and socially feasible. So strengthen the readiness of the near-term SAF by crop processing and future alcohol to jet fuel pathways, understand the opportunity to increase yields, and make sure that this is a global acceptable feedstock. And we generate the primary data to validate the assumptions and reduce investment uncertainty, communicate all this to the BIS team, and have a much richer research. Layer D is the aviation operational readiness. This is something that has taken place in most of the world, nations that are using SAF and producing SAF. What does it mean to have SAF in your country, right? So the idea is to validate Nigeria's readiness. You already have a very well-functioning machine when it comes to the handling of jet fuel. But this is a new product, and if it comes not blended, it is a product that has to be handled separately. If it comes blended, it is handled as jet fuel. Yet, we need to watch what happens here. I did a case study for an airport in Europe, and even though everything was very well known that it was safe and it could fly, and it could enter the airport safely without any danger of contamination, that country had to do their own testing. This is exactly what we're doing. And what we're going to get out of this is what are the gaps there? And what does Nigeria need to do to fill those gaps, technically, operationally, and economically? Forgive me. And then we have the transitions for, forgive me, this is, here we go, layer F. This is a FEEP, this one got lost in the mix. This is a FEEP BIS interface and knowledge exchange. Now, we are having a glitch here, which is the F layer was switched by this slide. So let me go back and I'll talk to you about the E layer, investment and commercialization. The idea there is that all the pilots above and the ones below as well, in terms of capacity, the capacity of building layer G, they have the support on investment and commercialization. Who's going to fund all these pilots, and who's going to find a way to the commercial stage, right? You can develop an idea, you can develop a concept, you can be ready to go to commercial stage, but you need those channels. So layer E, a lot of work from the technical working groups will be invested in layer E to get us from the development of a practical concept into a commercial opportunity. Let me go here to layer F, and this is the interface. The interface, as I said before, is because we want to transform theory into practical implementation, right? Create a structured interface between SAFIP and the ICAO Business Implementation Study team, and try to find a continuous learning cycle that strengthens both initiatives. We trust very well that this is going to happen, and it's going to feed future implementation decisions, right? This is more certain. When you tested it and you saw it and you have results, it's something that you can better trust than an idea or a theory. The findings, operational insights, lessons, what went wrong, and make sure we don't repeat, we avoid the mistakes, and we repeat the successes. Empirical program data and the BIS analytical findings, they can model around the empirical data. Any recommendations that can go to policy and guidance will have more certainty, and we want to prioritize and access, the access to primary data versus secondary data or a desk research. And what I want to show you here is how do we move together? How does a FEEP work together with BIS? Because some of the SAFIP projects, most of them that are related to the cassava understanding on increasing yields and the LCA, they have to move together with cassava. And we want to test them for at least 2 seasons. So that means 2 years of cassava growing. So we'll go to 2029. But the BIS is going to finish around Q2 of 2027, maybe June, maybe earlier, maybe a little later. But you can see here that there are some case studies, pilots that are directly going to feed results to the BIS, and others that are going to work to validate the assumptions that the BIS used in order to arrive to their conclusions. And that validation is quite strong for any investor, right? You post a situation, you built a theory, and eventually it was tested, and the results were positive or negative. That's where investment actually happens, or not, if they were negative, right? But you can see how we run one with each other, and we work together until the BIS is finished. The SAFIP will continue their work to make sure that all the pilots are concluded and can validate all assumptions. And layer G is extremely important, and we're very proud to have put together this layer. It's a national SAF capacity building knowledge replication initiative. And the idea is that all those people that have already come to Nigeria to tell you about SAF, and many of us who are here today who are not Nigerians, we can transfer our knowledge to those to those who will be training others within Nigeria and other African nations. So you can become this hub of knowledge, no longer the recipient, but the hub that will provide knowledge to others, just as I have done when I did the feasibility study, and many of us in the room have been doing. Nigeria is ready to be the owner of this knowledge and extending across the African nation. So the outcome is the national framework, because you have your own needs as well and particularities. It's not just that everything that comes from other nations that are using SAF can work exactly in Nigeria. You have to adapt to your own conditions, and that is what we want to do, right? National framework, curriculum, and delivery mechanisms, so that knowledge can be replicated and extended throughout the African nation. And now I'm going to leave my colleague Oyetun to come to the conclusions and then tell you what the next steps will be from there on. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Demena. So I'm going to the next step now. And we've had the inauguration of the steering committee today. The next step for the steering committee, the high-level steering committee, is for them to facilitate the finalization of the National Biofuel Policy Framework and associated implementation measures required to support the deployment of SAF co-processing at Dangote Refinery, leveraging on the existing refinery configuration. This, we believe, is doable, and the high-level steering committee will be able to facilitate it because when we had the meeting the last time with the Dangote, they made us to realize that it's a lot of business decision and it's high level. So, and we believe that with the high-level steering committee, we'll be able to get that done. And also, we have a priority project, pilot project that's through the SAFID. We want all this to be supported through policy incentives. So if we are having pilot projects, there should be incentives and interministerial coordination, accelerating feedstock readiness, conversion pathway validation, and aviation operational readiness. So with the SAFIP, we believe that we'll be able to achieve all these, especially with the policy incentives, because they are all needed for us to move from feasibility to implementation. And through this, the high-level interministerial membership, we also believe that the steering committee will be able to facilitate coordination across government to establish realistic implementation timelines for domestic self-production and market uptake. This is our aim. This is where we aim to be, self-production and market uptake, especially with our carriers that are also part of the technical working group. They will be able to have this discussion and have the uptake after production. Thank you very much for listening to the technical working group presenting Sustainable Aviation Fuel Implementation Program. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. May I kindly request that the members of the technical group join us on stage for technical working group, join us on stage for the group photograph. Okay. Okay. To use the space very well, may I kindly advise that some people use just below the stage and while some climb, just for us to have a better coverage of the photograph. Ladies and gentlemen, these are members of the technical working group for the sustainable aviation fuel development in Nigeria. Can we move to the left? Move towards the left, so because the left hand is going to be covering. Okay, yeah. Can come up. Can come up. Some can come up. Yes. Here. So we can now extend to the other side. Distinguished guests, thank you for your cooperation and attention. Thank you very much from the team from the technical working group. The presentation has clearly demonstrated that developing a sustainable aviation fuel industry requires more than technical capability. It requires coordination, investment, policy support, and sustained collaboration among stakeholders. Distinguished guests, can sustainable aviation fuel be produced in Nigeria? If yes, how can it be developed as a viable and sustainable business? The session we are about to hear addresses precisely that question. To guide us through this important session, please make welcome the Acting Director, Deputy Director of Environment and Cleaner Energies, ICAO, Mr. Tetsuya Tanaka, who will be joining us virtually.
Distinguished representatives of Government of Nigeria and distinguished participants, good day to all. My name is Tetsuya Tanaka, Acting Deputy Director for Environment and Cleaner Energy in the ICAO Secretariat. It is a great pleasure to deliver these remarks, and I thank the Government of Nigeria. To kick off the Sustainable Aviation Fuels Business Implementation Study, funded by the kind contribution from the European Union. In line with No Country Left Behind, the ICAO's Assistance Capacity Building and Training Program for Sustainable Aviation Fuel, SAF, is a cornerstone of our efforts to promote the large-scale development and deployment of SAF. By providing support to states in all regions, the program and its partners are helping advance our shared vision 5% reduction in CO2 emissions from international aviation by 2030 through the use of SAF, LCAF, and other cleaner energies, and the long-term aspirational goal of reaching net zero CO2 emissions from international aviation by 2050. SAF feasibility and business implementation studies are the key in the SAF program, with a target of 50 studies by 2028. This is how we build the capacity around the world toward the SAF production in all regions. Today, you are meeting to start a business implementation study that will be an important next step in the development of SAF in your country and in your region, and which will build upon the feasibility study by IASA presented today. We have selected John McKettini and Philip Marchant as our experts with vast majority of knowledge and expertise on SAF. They could not be, unfortunately, with you in person today, but they will start their work remotely and come back soon to visit relevant sites and to interview stakeholders. Throughout this process, our experts will be supported by several ICAO staff members, both from headquarters and from the regional office. Rocio Gonzalez, the project coordinator at ICAO headquarters, is with you today. Please make the most of today, learning from our experts, engage and discuss, and of course, please provide inputs so that our study can progress as much as possible. Let me conclude by expressing our sincere appreciation to the European Union for funding this study and to our experts for taking on this important work, to the National AXA Focal Point and all stakeholders who will contribute both to this meeting and to the development of the study. May today be both insightful and inspiring. Thank you very much. And on behalf of ICAO, I wish you an excellent meeting.
All right, thank you, Mr. Tetsuya. Thank you for that valuable insight on the ICAO Business Implementation Plan. Ladies and gentlemen, it's now my pleasure to invite the Assistant Capacity Building and Training for Sustainable Aviation Fuel Project Coordinator, Ms. Rocio Gonzalez. Ladies and gentlemen, please make welcome Ms. Rocio Gonzalez as she comes forth for our presentation.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's a real pleasure to be here with you today. And I'm Rocio González, and I'm the AXAF project coordinator at ICAO that will be responsible of the next step. Now we are passing from the feasibility study to the business implementation study. And I'm going to give just a couple of slides of introduction about how we are going to structure the BIS. So first of all, we start with the project governance. We have, first of all, the project steering committee, which is formed by ICAO, by the funding states, by the partner states, in this case, Nigeria. Then we have the project coordinator, which is my role here at this project, and with the support, of course, of other ICAO Environment Office at headquarters, and of course also supported by the regional office. Then we have the ICAO consultants that we hire for this project. In this case, we have a pair of two consultants. We have Mr. Philippe Marchand, and we have Dr. John McKegney that is connected online. I will provide the introduction of the next steps of the BIS. These two consultants have worked with us already in several feasibility studies and business implementation studies. They did, for example, the BIS for Zimbabwe, for South Africa, and also for Ethiopia. And these three are going to be published very soon on ICAO's website. So regarding the project timeline, it's going to be working in a very similar way as the feasibility study. So we started with the recruitment of the consultants, and then we continued with the kickoff meeting back in June, July. where we did an online meeting between the consultants and the focal point, Oyetun. And now we are at the kickoff workshop in the partner stage. So today we are kicking off the study, the BIS, and it's going to last around 7-8 months to have it completely finalized. And John will come around early September here to meet with all of you one by one to gather the data and have a great study with all your inputs. So basically about the document structure, we follow, as you may know, the official ICAO templates for feasibility studies and business implementation studies. In this case, I hope you can see well on the screen, we have an executive summary, then we have a first section on the market analysis with the different scenarios and assumptions. We have section 2, which is a techno-economic analysis of the business cases that we have selected. On the section 3, we have the financial and operational assessment of the project. Section 4 is the risk assessment, and section 5 is going to be the business implementation recommendation. So this is basically the structure, how it's going to look like, the report. And with this, I'm going to pass the floor to John McKechnie, which is connected online. He's going to be one of the consultants that is going to do this, to work on this project. So John, please, you can go ahead. I'm going to stop here and you can share your screen. John, are you connected online?
Yes, I am, Rocio. Apologies for the delay there.
Great, we hear you very well.
I should be sharing my screen right now. Can you confirm that can be seen on your side?
I think so. Yes. If you pass the slide, let me see if it works. Yes, it's working. Perfect. Thank you.
Excellent. Okay, very much. Thank you very much for the introduction, Rocio. And my apologies for not being able to attend today in person. Unfortunately, I had another commitment that has me in Beijing this week. But thank you very much for the introduction. So my name's John McKechnie. I'm a professor at the University of Nottingham in the UK. And as Rocio mentioned, I've been involved with a number of ICAO projects to date, including delivering feasibility studies for Rwanda and for Ethiopia, and the recent completion of the business implementation study in Ethiopia as well. And so today, I just wanted to run through our initial thinking around the focus for the business implementation study for Nigeria, to identify the scope of this planned work, as well as to start discussing the key data needs that we'll need to be successful, and the links to stakeholders that we'll be aiming to create with the visit in person in September. So as Oyetun and Damiana so clearly explained, the business implementation study is building on findings from the feasibility study that's recently being completed, and that did a very good job of laying the groundwork and collecting key data to identify the most promising SAF production routes. The business implementation study will also be working alongside the SAFIT program, which has also been introduced today, that will focus on pilots, case studies, and enabling activities and further activities to coordinate that forward-looking plan for SAF deployment in Nigeria. The ICAO business implementation study is intended to be a complementary work stream which will deliver an independent techno-economic assessment of the priority SAF pathways that have been identified in the feasibility study. And so very much we see this as being a complementary approaches, where the business implementation study will help to provide that analytical assessment of these options, while SAFIT generates key implementation-based evidence. And working together throughout this whole process, the whole will be greater than the sum of the parts, and we'll be able to go further than either of these studies would be able to go alone. The business implementation study is going to focus on two priority SAF pathways for Nigeria, as Oyetun and Damiana have also indicated. So first, looking at refinery integrated co-processing at the Dangote refinery, using residual oils from the palm oil sector, as well as used cooking oil as residual oil feedstocks. Here we have that really important near-term opportunity with a mature technology with co-processing of SAF production and an existing refinery in country already producing Jet A1 as a fuel. And so a high opportunity here to connect SAF production. The key uncertainty, however, is around the availability and price of sustainable feedstocks that we can use for SAF production in this production configuration. What we need to be doing as part of the business implementation study is assessing the availability of our palm oil, our PFAD residues from palm oil, and our used cooking oil as part of a supply portfolio that could feed into this facility. A key part of that will be understanding the competing markets for these feedstocks, the quality and certification needs of these feedstocks, and understanding what that delivered price is likely to be. The second route is focusing on alcohol to jet via ethanol that will be produced from cassava peel residue. And so here we have a more prospective pathway, a medium-term opportunity, where there's less technology certainty on the conversion of this feedstock to ethanol and subsequently onto SAF. However, we see a large and important potential for using the residues of cassava processing in country. Here again, with the business implementation study, what we aim to do is to establish robust evidence on residue generation rates from industrial processing of cassava, to be able to understand the current uses, the competing demand, and the potential delivered price of this feedstock into a SAF production process, as well as starting to better understand the technical viability of converting cassava peel residues to ethanol. So these pathways were proposed as case studies under the SAFIP program, and here again we'll see important coordination between SAFIP and the business implementation study, sharing on data collection, on the evaluation of technologies, and on our routes towards informing that future commercial development. A key topic that I want to begin talking about today are the data requirements. And of course, we know with any study, with any model that we're building, in this case a techno-economic model, the quality of the results, the accuracy of the results is going to be highly dependent on the quality of the data that we have available to use to undertake this assessment. Now, the feasibility study has done an excellent job of identifying these opportunity areas based on national level estimates of feedstock potential. But in the business implementation study, we need to go a step further to a higher resolution, to start understanding facility and site-specific data so that we can better understand both the availability and cost of feedstocks, but also what those future supply chains would need to look like to be able to deliver a sufficient and reliable quantity of feedstock into our SAF production facilities. So again, having a better understanding around our waste oils or cassava residue streams, identifying plausible feedstock delivered cost ranges, as well as more clarity on the SAF production models that project proponents would be interested in pursuing, and understanding how we can integrate these process technologies with existing refinery operations. If we're successful in accessing this data, we'll have the high quality data that we need to deliver a credible techno-economic model and really identify these key routes to success in SAF production within the country. But of course, this all depends on the involvement and participation of stakeholders in Nigeria to support this project. Starting to map out some of our key data here that we'll be requiring around our feedstocks. So our palm fatty acid oils coming from the palm oil sector. We'll need to be interacting with palm oil refineries to understand the availability and requirements for recovery of this feedstock, the cost of delivery, its quality and composition. Similarly with palm oil mill effluent oil, understanding that site level availability and quality and cost of this feedstock. For used cooking oil, we need to be speaking with formal collectors and aggregators that are already collecting used cooking oil as a feedstock to understand the quality that's available, the traceability of this as a used oil feedstock, as well as that current market that we'll potentially be competing with if we want to divert this to SAF, including the export of used cooking oil to other countries. On cassava peel residues, we'll need to be speaking with industrial cassava processors to access facility-level generation, facility-level data on how much of this material exists, where in the country does it exist, how do we need to store and process it to ensure that we can maintain the quality, and also what are those competing uses that we need to be aware of, including animal feed and other markets, to ensure that we are complementing opportunities in the country rather than directly competing. Looking at our production processes, here we need to, of course, have that clarity of understanding on co-processing of how will we integrate with that refinery. So having better understanding of that current refinery configuration, the potential for renewable feedstock co-processing, and the availability of utilities and hydrogen as key inputs to SAF production. On alcohol to jet, we have the additional requirement of first needing to produce ethanol, and so having that understanding of how do project proponents see this technology being deployed, what production configurations would we use, and again, will there be an opportunity to benefit from co-locating with existing refinery infrastructure within the country? So we have key stakeholder engagement priorities across our feedstocks, across SAF production processes as well, and as well as cross-cutting stakeholder engagement needs, thinking more around policy, regulation, around financing stakeholders to ensure that we have clarity on the policy environment and the potential for policy support and financing support for these projects going forward. And as has been mentioned, we'll be in person I'll be in person in Nigeria in early September, and aiming to meet with key members of the SAF technical working group, as well as linking in with other stakeholders that are going to be key for the successful delivery of this project. And so thank you very much. I'll be happy to take any questions on this content subsequently. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your attention and cooperation. We proceed. Thank you very much to the ICAO team. The insights shared today underscore the importance of building a sustainable aviation fuel ecosystem that is not only environmentally responsible, but also commercially sustainable. Distinguished participants, the successful development of sustainable aviation fuel in Nigeria will require contributions from multiple sectors and institutions. This leads us into an open discussion session designed to gather perspectives from members of the steering committee, technical working groups, and stakeholders present. This discussion provides an opportunity to reflect on the SAF implementation program, the business implementation study, and the collective responsibilities required for successful implementation. In the interest of time, may I kindly request that comments be concise so that we can accommodate as many perspectives as possible. I invite participants to share observations, recommendations, and questions. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you.
Yes, we're going to the discussion session of the technical working group. Santi will just open the floor and make his comments. Then we have some other comments from some of the technical working group, especially on what you have done so far after the feasibility study, or particularly on the presentation for the SAFIP or the business implementation study that has just been presented. Thank you.
Indeed, Mr. Yatuni. I will not even take the floor. I will invite all the colleagues that are around the table to place your questions, proposals on both the SAFIP and more specifically on the business implementation study. And especially I think it will be important if you question yourself where could be your role as either organization or individuals providing either information or being part of the analysis that are being mentioned. So please, I think I will be the mic boy and I will get close to you and give you the mic.
Yes,
so,
I think
who's raising the hand?
ECN, Engineer Mundu, yeah. Economic Commission of Nigeria. Sorry, Energy Commission of Nigeria.
Thank you very much. My name is Mohammed Adam Mundu, Director Energy Management with Energy Commission of Nigeria. First, I think I would like to congratulate the Nigerian Civil Aviation Authority for leading us to this level and all the partners involved. So I want to make some comments because there's a responsibility given to Energy Commission and the Nigerian midstream and downstream. Nigeria, ACN is leading the policy group and NMDPRA is the co-chair. So we are working on to finalize on the policy regulation based on the recommendations we had during our sessions with Damiana. We hope to do with that hopefully by end of August. That is one. So another thing we are working what is in Energy Commission has to do with the bioenergy resources in totality, not SAF. And during our course, we are looking at even charcoal. So what we come to discover about charcoal, like charcoal production here, we produce it in the most crude way. And then charcoal is one of the most important component of our energy mix. And then unfortunately, I think the production and what have you, I think nobody even regulates it. That's it. So when you're looking at the charcoal, what we get from charcoal is only the solid fuel. But if you do modern charcoal production, you are bound to get the gases, the liquid, and the solids. And then looking at the level of charcoal production, I think that is even one area that we should even look at. It will be a source of biofuel for the aviation fuel. So that one is about, that's just about charcoal. In Energy Commission, we have a steering committee on the National Bioenergy Partnership. And we had a discussion with our management, having the partnership that will align us with the global bioenergy partnership. And what we have ready now to even go global is what NCAA is presenting to us, the SAP Technical Working Group. I think it will be a kind of motivation to the national bioenergy partnership in Nigeria. So I think that's the comment for now. Maybe I will add more some later. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone, especially the organizer of this event. I am Fidelis from the Federal Ministry of Environment. Okay, I have an observation. My observation basically is on the inauguration of the Steering Working Committee. I noticed that the Federal Ministry of Environment was omitted. And you can't do it, there won't be sustainable development without the environment. So there's a need to include the Federal Ministry of Environment and also expand the steering working committee so that I can be able to achieve the desired result. Thank you.
Thank you for your observation. The steering committee is a committee under the Honorable Minister of Aviation, and like I said during the presentation, other ministries will be added as the work begins. So it's still in progress. That is not all, the list is not all the members. We have additional members as the work progresses after now. Thank you for the observation.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm known as Adamu Ibrahim Gomna from National Council on Climate Change. I just want to respond to what the director from the other organization shares. He made mention of the issue of charcoal production. There is nobody regulating it. Please, I'm here to tell him that there are other organizations that regulate such things, and they have a regulation in regards to that, talking about National Environmental Standard Regulation Enforcement Agency, that is NESRA. And I have a belief again, Ministry of Environment from some of these states, they regulate it. It's just because there's not enough enforcement in regards to that. That is that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dr. Kenneth Kwalefna, working with the Energy Commission under the Investment Technical Working Group on Bioenergy and Charcoal Value Chain. I'd like to inform us that I noticed part of this last presentation was talking about the feedstock. And we have information on locations of feedstock across the country. And we would like to formalize that information working with the NCAA to do the quantity and ratio of delivery of such feedstocks across the country in a way that we can now look at how to transform that into businesses, because I believe that this will be a total rural economy development program. We even have a sister company that has started setting up a working structure through the NOA for all local government operation in this bioenergy value chain development. So that brings a very quick win to the NCAA vision of having feedstock for the biorefinery that produces the SAF. So it will be a quick win if we can work together on that. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, ECN. We would like to have the name of your sister company. If they are not yet a member of the technical working group, we would like to incorporate them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Innocent Azi. I represent Africa Carbon Market Limited. I want to appreciate what NCA has done. It's a great development. But I also observe that I know it's just evolving, but it's public sector heavy. It doesn't appear until Dangote today was inducted into the system, it doesn't appear that we'll have mainstream the involvement of the private sector in this, because basically the private sector are going to be the key drivers, because we're talking about agriculture being heavy on this. And then the rest of the value chain and supply chains that will feed into this has to depend on the private sector. And it's also important that platforms that will help the carbon market continuum, okay, to be mainstream, because you're building knowledge among those who are going to be suppliers into the process, and they'll have to understand the fact that they are going to have extra carbon revenue from the system. So intermediary players like the African carbon market will be a very good use to this process. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you very much. While waiting for more speakers, like I said during the presentation, we are even already discussing with some of our West African states that are also interested in this, so that we can even have like consolidation. There are certain feedstock that are already identified by ICAO, certified and accepted, that we have across the region, that we can have the consolidation. Like the charcoal is not yet one of it, but what we are also discussing in West Africa is that if we identify some of the feedstock that we have in abundance, we can push in for the LCA, so that ICAO can decide to consider it and see if it can be acceptable as one of the feedstock. So all these they are all work in progress. And thank you for identifying some of this. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, everybody. I'm Henry Etama, representing PAOSME, Pan-African Organization of Small and Medium Enterprises. I think PAOSME is of the private sector, organizing small and medium scale industries. So we have the responsibility to key in the organized private sector from where most of the feedstocks will be sourced. So the fear of the private sector not being included could be removed, because we are thinking of clusters where the cassava residues could be harnessed. And when Damiana was doing this job, some of us who worked with her closely discovered that one of the key issues that must be addressed adequately to make this sustainable is the issue of data. The issue of data should be taken seriously, so that most of the assumptions of what people are saying can be quantified and be able to be properly noted where the sources will come from. So we identify that very critically. And again, the census of industries and businesses should also take into consideration some of the key parameters needed from the private sector. And from census of agriculture, it should also come to play in this field. When Damiana was here, we had serious problem trying to quantify cassava production by states, the quantity, the yield per hectare, and the variety of cassava products that can be sourced from each of the countries, and then taking into consideration what the IITA is doing in the area of cassava, trying to have cassava that is drought resistant, so that the area to be planted could extend far into the north where we have mass area of land. So what I'm saying in essence is that we should take into consideration the need for data, credible national official statistics. So the in to rein in the National Bureau of Statistics is very critical, because of most of the surveys that are required to underpin this feasibility study and mitigate so many risks that we are going to see. And another agency of interest is the Raw Materials Research and Development Council has done a lot of work in this area. They have also developed some pilot plans that could, with little input, will be made available to pilot some of these things, which I discussed with Damiana seriously when she was here. If you go to NASDA, they have about 2 or 3 major plants there that with little input could be available for researchers, for industrialists, and consultants to sit down and use them to actually be able to say that most of the things in this document are things we can underpin based on facts and figures. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, so the data aspect of it, we identified it just like you rightly said during the study that we just had, and we know that it is also very important that we take note of that in the business implementation study. And that's why we are also looking at pilot projects that we can use alongside. Even if we're not going to have it in the immediate, but we know there's a pilot project that will give us realistic data for the business implementation. Thank you. So we have another speaker. All right.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Andrew Ugu from the Nigerian National Accreditation System. First of all, I want to congratulate NCAA and team for this remarkable achievement. And like we all know, achieving this is perfect, and we actually need a trusted and a reliable conformity assessment service to achieve this. And in this regard, I want to state clearly that NINAS is committed to assuring an independent quality service in terms of accrediting conformity assessment bodies, testing laboratories, certification bodies, verification and validation bodies in line with this. So I just want to say a big congratulations to NCAA and thank you for having us here. Thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Moses Oko from Major Energies Marketers Association of Nigeria, MEMAN, occupying the space of logistics and infrastructure. Just reassuring us once again that we are ready, fully ready to play our part when the end product is ready. But then I want to draw our attention to the quality assurance aspect of SAF. This was mentioned before during the engagement in the past, that SON, Standard Organization of Nigeria, is conspicuously absent in the conversation so far. We are aware that they are in charge of the standards. So we want to mention this again, that they be carried along so that they will not be, we will not be drawn back when the product is ready. Let them be part of the conversation.
As climate action takes off, our need to decarbonize intensifies. The aviation industry has committed to a long-term goal of net zero carbon emissions, and for air travel, this is no easy task. While electric and hydrogen alternatives will develop for some flights in the future, today, sustainable aviation fuel, or SAF for short, is our best, most scalable solution. Most SAF is made from bio-based and waste raw materials, such as energy crops, used cooking oil, and industrial waste. It's then blended with jet fuels, ready to perform in commercial engines. From field to flight, SAF has the potential to lower carbon emissions by up to 80%. And organizations like the Roundtable on Sustainable Biomaterials ensure its production protects people as well as our planet. Drop-in SAF gives aviation the strongest chance of halving net carbon emissions by 2050 without modifying aircrafts. But to make SAF more widely available and affordable, we must immediately remove barriers to boost production and the market sustainably. The switch to SAF marks a moment in time where we can choose to innovate aviation for good and fuel a brighter future in flight. To learn more about how you can make a truly sustainable switch to SAF, visit our website. Behind sustainable aviation fuel, or SAF for short, are raw materials from a range of sources. Often called feedstocks, these include agricultural residues from crops like sugarcane and carinata, and waste materials such as used cooking oil, municipal waste, and even carbon captured from industrial processes. While these sources can be sustainable, social and environmental impacts must be considered. Because, as demand for SAF soars, we need to build a future supply in ways that are truly positive for people and the planet. For example, if sustainability isn't prioritized, planting crops for biofuel could put increased pressure on land resources, leading to ecosystem conversion. Or if we use municipal waste that would usually be turned into energy to power a country's electricity grid, this might increase the demand for coal. But with the right measures in place, the production and use of SAF can create job opportunities, support ecosystem conservation, and enhance local development for communities. All while ensuring total carbon emissions are cut. Organizations like the Roundtable on Sustainable Biomaterials provide confidence that the production and use of raw materials for SAF positively impacts the aviation industry, its passengers, communities, and our planet. The switch to SAF marks a moment in time where we can choose to innovate aviation for good and fuel a brighter future in flight. To learn more about how you can make a truly sustainable switch to SAF, visit our website. As climate action takes off, our need to decarbonize intensifies. The aviation industry has committed to a long-term goal of net zero carbon emissions, and for air travel, this is no easy task. While electric and hydrogen alternatives will develop for some flights in the future, today, sustainable aviation fuel, or SAF for short, is our best, most scalable solution. Most SAF is made from bio-based and waste raw materials, such as energy crops, used cooking oil, and industrial waste. It's then blended with jet fuels, ready to perform in commercial engines. From field to flight, SAF has the potential to lower carbon emissions by up to 80%. And organisations like the Roundtable on Sustainable Biomaterials ensure its production protects people as well as our planet. Drop-in SAF gives aviation the strongest chance of halving net carbon emissions by 2050 without modifying aircrafts. But to make SAF more widely available and affordable, we must immediately remove barriers to boost production and the market sustainably. The switch to SAF marks a moment in time where we can choose to innovate aviation for good and fuel a brighter future in flight. To learn more about how you can make a truly sustainable switch to SAF, visit our website. Behind sustainable aviation fuel, or SAF for short, are raw materials from a range of sources. Often called feedstocks, these include agricultural residues from crops like sugarcane and carinata, and waste materials such as used cooking oil, municipal waste, and even carbon captured from industrial processes. While these sources can be sustainable, social and environmental impacts must be considered. Because, as demand for SAF soars, we need to build a future supply in ways that are truly positive for people and the planet. For example, if sustainability isn't prioritised, planting crops for biofuel could put increased pressure on land resources, leading to ecosystem conversion. Or if we use municipal waste that would usually be turned into energy to power a country's electricity grid, this might increase the demand for coal. But with the right measures in place, the production and use of SAF can create job opportunities, support ecosystem conservation, and enhance local development for communities. All while ensuring total carbon emissions are cut. Organisations like the Roundtable on Sustainable Biomaterials provide confidence that the production and use of raw materials for SAF positively impacts the aviation industry, its passengers, communities, and our planet. The switch to SAF marks a moment in time where we can choose to innovate aviation for good and fuel a brighter future in flight. To learn more about how you can make a truly sustainable switch to SAF, visit our website.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I trust you had a refreshing lunch break. You're welcome back. we having our next session on the life cycle assessment methodology for CORSIA eligible fuels. But before then, I'd like to let us know that we have a goodwill message from the African Civil Aviation Commission. We shall be listening to a goodwill message, a brief one from Mr. Franklin Omondi, the coordinator of the Aviation Environmental Protection in the African Civil Aviation Commission.
Thank you very much, Program Director. Allow me to stand on already established existing protocols. I'm going to deliver this goodwill message on behalf of AFCAC, the African Civil Aviation Commission, which is the African Union's specialized agency for civil aviation in Africa. There are moments in history when the future quietly changes direction, not because of a speech or a report, but when people choose to act. And I believe today is one of those moments. Nigeria has shown that Africa is ready, not simply through talk about sustainable aviation, but through building it. Today, we've witnessed the inauguration of the high-level SAF steering committee, completion of the feasibility study, which demonstrates leadership. They have shown that when vision is matched with commitment, progress happens. On behalf of the African Civil Aviation Commission, we congratulate the Federal Republic of Nigeria, the Nigeria Civil Aviation Authority, ICAO, EASA, and the European Union, and every partner who has helped to bring Nigeria to this point. The journey is about far more than replacing one fuel with another. It is about transforming Africa's natural wealth into economic opportunity, creating new industries, new investments, new jobs for the African people. It is about strengthening energy security, ensuring that African aviation is powered by African innovation. As the executing agency of the African Union for the SATAM, AFCAC has been entrusted with the role to coordinate Africa's transition towards sustainable aviation. This responsibility goes beyond developing policies. Our role, it means we connect countries, we align regional efforts, we mobilize partnerships, and ensure that no member state walks this journey alone. This is why AFCAC is championing the African Union Continental Sustainable Aviation Fuel and Low Carbon Aviation Fuel Strategy, not simply as a policy framework, but as a blueprint for building regional SAF ecosystems across our continent. And within that vision, Nigeria occupies a strategic place. Nigeria has the scale, the resources, the market, and the leadership to become an anchor in the West African region for sustainable aviation fuels ecosystem, connecting its producers, investors, airline, research institutions, and the neighboring states into a regional value chain that will benefit the entire region. Today, I listened as speakers in the room talked about how to enable a sustainable feedstock supply for the Dangote refinery. Indeed, it is through this regional approach, through feedstock aggregation and building lasting partnerships, that we can be able to build a truly sustainable SAF ecosystem with Nigeria as the anchor state in that region. Ladies and gentlemen, in the next discussions, we have witnessed the launching of the business implementation study, which is a bridge between vision and investment, between technical potential and commercial reality. The ICAO business implementation study that is being launched today is an instrument that will help transform opportunity into bankable projects, attract private investment, identify viable business models, laying a foundation for sustainable aviation fuel production at commercial scale. This is where momentum becomes action. This is where partnerships become investments. This is where Africa demonstrates that it is ready not only to participate in the global SAF economy, but to help shape it. In Africa, we have adopted the continental sustainable aviation fuel and the low carbon aviation fuel strategy by the African states at the African Union level, with an aspiration to reduce CO2 emissions by 5% come the year 2030 through the deployment of sustainable aviation fuels in line with ICAO global vision for sustainable aviation fuels. As AFCAC, our relationship with Nigeria, just like all other African states, goes a long way. Nigeria, as a state, has contributed experts that have worked tirelessly in the development of these continental strategies and targets. And as AFCAC, we are always ready to work alongside and continue working with Nigeria and all other African states, partners such as ICAO, EASA, the European Union, to ensure that the lessons that we learned from the feasibility study and in future the business implementation study will extend beyond national borders, will strengthen regional SAF ecosystems across Africa. Let the study become more than just a document. Let it be a catalyst for investments, for innovation, a catalyst for regional integration, and a catalyst for new generation of African aviation leadership. Because the future does not belong to those who wait, it belongs to the people who prepare. It belongs to those who build. And if we build together with purpose and partnerships and with determination, the future generations will look back on this day and say, this is when Africa chose to lead. Thank you very much, and once again, congratulations, Nigeria, for the work that you have done this far. And AFCAC, as usual, stands ready to continue this journey with you to make the reality of SAF being produced in an African country come the year 2030. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Franklin, for that insightful delivery. Nigeria now has the governance structure for the development of SAF. The next challenge is implementation, certification, and international market acceptance. Distinguished participants, our next session explores the life cycle assessment methodology for CORSIA eligible fuels, a critical component in ensuring environmental integrity and international acceptance. It is now my pleasure to invite Ms. Rocio Gonzalez, the ACT SAF Project Coordinator at ICAO, to lead us through this important session. Ms. Gonzalez, the floor is yours.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. We're going to finish the day today with a couple of more technical sessions. The first one is going to be on LCA, while the second one, provided my colleague Bruno, is going to be more on CORSIA sustainability criteria. So basically, these are the two layers from the SAFIP, and this is why we're talking about LCA, why we're going to be talking about CORSIA sustainability criteria. We have the Cassava Accelerator project. We have fuels that will have to certify. So this is where the LCA fits in all this. So just to put it as a context. My colleague Bruno is going to talk about all the sustainability criteria in the next presentation, but just to briefly tell you the first CORSIA sustainability criteria 1.1, requires that the net greenhouse gas emissions of the full life cycle of the fuel need to be 10% below a baseline that is based on fossil jet fuel. So basically here in the slide, I'm going to see if I can put the pointer. Okay, perfect. So these are the total life cycle emissions, what we call SAF, core eligible fuels life cycle value. And this is composed by three components. The first one is the core LCA value, which is basically all the emissions associated with the full life cycle from cultivation to combustion. The second one is the ILUC value, the induced land use change, which is basically emissions that are associated with changes in the land. And there is a third component here, which are emission credits. And we're going to talk more about this later, and you will understand what they are. So basically, three components. Regarding the feedstock types, so depending on how we classify the feedstocks, we're going to have different ways of calculating the LCA. So we have mainly two main groups of feedstock, which are primary products and co-products, which are basically the main products for a production process. They have economic value and they have elastic supply. What does it mean, elastic supply? It means that we can increase the production as much as we want, okay? And you will understand now when I compare it with inelastic supply. The second group is formed by byproducts, residues, and waste. Byproducts is a secondary product with inelastic supply and economic value. So inelastic supply means that we cannot increase the production as much as we want because they are a consequence of another process. So for example, if you are producing milk from a cow, you are feeding the cow, but then the fat from the cow is like a residue. So it's not your primary product, which means that it can be classified as byproduct or residue or a waste. So you cannot increase, you don't grow the cow to produce more fat in a way. So just to keep it simple. In this case, the byproducts, they have an economic value. The residues, again, a secondary material, again, with inelastic supply, but in this case, with little economic value. An example, the sugar bagasse. Waste, again, secondary material, inelastic supply, but in this case, no economic value, so is something that is, the objective is to be discarded, is a waste, so it's, for example, used cooking oil, okay? So these are the main feedstock that we can have for SAF production. And this second group, I will talk later about the concept of positive list, what we call at ICAO, which is a list of materials that can be classified as byproducts, waste, or residues, and that will have certain specific characteristics like an ILUC 0, so we'll go through them later, but just so that you have, as a concept, we'll explain later what is the positive list, what is this concept of positive list. So here, just to show you briefly, we have two of the three components that we had in the LCA. We have the land use change, the core LCA value, and here we'll have the emission credits, but for this example, we don't need it. So just to show you how these groups of feedstocks, what they include and what they don't include. So in the case of primary products and co-products, we need to account for the land use change as well as the whole cycle from cultivation to combustion. What happens with waste, residue, and byproducts? It happens that the ILUC, the value of the land use change, is allocated to the primary product because the rest are wasted residues, so we don't allocate the impact on land to this product. So also, another characteristic is that the first step, and I will talk more about the steps of the core LCA value later, but the cultivation emissions, they are also allocated to the primary product, not to the waste, residues, or byproducts. So these are two characteristics of this second type of feedstocks, but we'll see all these more in details now. So in the presentation, I'm going to go through each of these elements. So we start with the core LCA value. The core LCA value basically is the full life cycle. So we start here from the feedstock cultivation. I mean, it's a bit small, the slide, but we can pass you the slides later and you can have a look better. So we start with the feedstock cultivation. For example, you can have fertilizers, so those will have emissions associated, and then all the 8 stages until you have here the fuel the SAF production itself, fuel transport, blending, up to combustion of SAF. So all these emissions is what is the core LCA value calculating. And now, how do we calculate the core LCA value at ICAO? So we have two ways. We have, first of all, if there is a default value. So at ICAO, we have these two documents. The first one is for default values. So basically, we have already calculated certain values for certain feedstocks, and you can go and use them directly for your LCA, okay? So of course, we don't have all the feedstocks, but the ones that we have, it's already calculated there and you can use them. If there is no default value that exists, you can make a request to ICAO, which is, for example, the case of cassava, and this is done on a case-by-case basis. And what I have to tell you is that it's kind of a long process. So I'm going to tell you the other alternative that we have and that you could use as well. And we encourage fuel producers to use basically the actual value. What is the actual value? Is taking the methodology, the full methodology of CORSIA, eligible fuels, the greenhouse gas methodology, and apply it directly. So we have another document, which is this one here, which is a full methodology. So what we did in the default value is applying this methodology to certain feedstocks, and we have the final value. But you can also apply the full methodology. And also, if you're a producer that thinks that they can produce the SAF with lower carbon emissions than the emissions that are here calculated in the default value, you can use the full methodology if you can assure that you're going to have lower emissions, right? So this is the core LCA value. Now I'm going to show you, I know it's very small in the screen and it doesn't really matter, you don't need to read the details, but just to show you, these are the tables that we have for default values, okay? So we have different tables for here, for example, for HEFA, for gasification Fischer-Tropsch, for alcohol to jet. So for the different processes, we have different tables. And then we have the fuel feedstock. So we have, for example, here beef tallow, we have lard fat, we have all the feedstock that we have calculated for which we have default values. And here you can find the default core LCA value. So you can just go ahead and use it. I will show you later for the iLook. In this case, the core LCA is not region dependent. So regardless in which region you are, you can use this core LCA value. So what about the actual value? So the actual methodology. So as I said, if you are an economic operator, you need to follow the CORSIA greenhouse gas methodology. And a couple of concepts here for this, when you use the full methodology, is that you need to account for all the ongoing operational activities and all the materials and utility inputs that you are using in your production. Something that you don't need to account for in the methodology is one-time construction. For example, you are building your SAF plant, you don't need to account for the construction itself of the plant, right? Of course, when you're producing SAF, you are also producing other things. You can produce renewable diesel or naphtha. So how do we allocate the emissions to the different products, okay? Because of course, we cannot say we allocate 100% of the emissions to SAF. So we do it on an energy-based allocation. So basically, the emissions are allocated based on the energy content of each of the products at the end in the final output, okay? So we finished with the core LCA value, and now we're going to pass to iLook, okay? So for iLook, probably many of you are familiar with the concept of iLook, but I'm just going to briefly explain what it is. So basically, let's say it's basically impacts on land, right? From your production of SAF, you may have indirect impacts on land. And how does it work? Let's say you have in country A, you're producing sugarcane for food. And then you decide to use that land to produce SAF. Okay, so what happens? That you still need this sugarcane for food. So you basically need a country B to provide you with the sugarcane for food, right? So this is basically an iLook. This is the impact on land somewhere else to compensate for because you turn your land to produce SAF. So this is a very basic concept of what is iLook. And how do we calculate iLook at ICAO? So basically, as you can imagine, it's a very complex concept, and it's not easy to estimate. So we are using two models, a CAPE basically. At ICAO, it's combining two different models, and it's obtaining from there the ILUC. So as I will explain now, only ICAO can calculate this. You don't have an actual methodology that you can apply by yourself. This slide has a lot of information, but I just want you to have the full picture of all the options that you have for ILUC, okay? So, as before, first option, is there a default value calculated by ICAO? So we have in the document with the default values, we have core LCA values and ILUC value for some feedstock. So if your feedstock is there, perfect, you can use that value. One small detail in this case is that this is region dependent, and I'm going to show you later, maybe I think it's the next slide, so I will just go back to, so this is the, these are the same tables that I showed you before for the core LCA value, but in the case this is for the ILUC, so same. One table for HEFA, one table for gasification, another one for alcohol to jet. We have the fuel feedstocks, and we have in this case also the region. So you need to apply the region where you're located. So in some cases, we also have global values, so you can always use a global value. But for example, I think it's the case of India for Jatropha oilseed, we only have regional values. So if you were producing here Jatropha, you couldn't use these values because there's no a Nigeria value or a global value. So that's just an example so that you can understand that is region dependent in the case of ILUC. So coming back to the options of how to obtain an ILUC value, we have the default value. If there is no default value for your feedstock, what can you do? So you have first option, is your feedstock a waste, a residue, or a byproduct? If it is, and it is included in what I mentioned before, a list that I'm going to show you now, a list of materials that we at ICAO have already considered that these are really waste byproduct or a residue, then the ILUC is 0, okay? No impact on land. So I already explained what is each of them, and I think I have it on this slide. So this is the positive list of what we call materials classified as co-products, residues, waste, and byproducts. So this is what you will find also in the ICAO documents. So as you can see, for example, for residues, we have bagasse, cobs, husks. So we have different residues here, different waste, used cooking oil. So all these can have an ILUC 0. If your feedstock is here, you can directly apply an ILUC 0. So what if it's not a waste, a residue, or byproduct? Which is your next option? Okay, so we have something that is called the low-look risk practices. And what is this? It's basically, can you increase the yield without affecting the land? So maybe you are using improved cassava, for example, cassava seeds that you can produce, you can have a higher production in the same land that you were using before. Or I will show you some examples later. The second case is if you are using unused land that was not used before and that was basically degraded. Okay, so basically you are not having impacts on land, so your ILUC is also 0. In this case, it is not us who are going, ICAO, who is going to go and check if you apply these low-look risk practices. It's going to be the SCSs themselves. You need to go to the SCSs and they are going to check if you comply with all the requirements to apply the low-look risk practice and have an ILUC 0. Then what if there is no default, your feedstock is not a waste, a residue, or a byproduct? You cannot apply a low-look risk practice. What is your last option? Is to request to ICAO for an ILUC value. Because as I mentioned, only the core LCA value has a methodology that you can apply by yourself. But for ILUC, we are using complex models, and it's not something that you can apply yourself, so you need to put a request to ICAO. So this is the way of how the ICAO Council can add materials to the positive list that I mentioned before for an ILUC 0. There is this whole, let's say, rationing process. But basically, there are two general specifications, which is basically, is your feedstock produced unintentionally? So you cannot modify something to create a waste. so that you can have an ILUC 0. So it has to be unintentional, the production of this residue or waste or byproduct. And second, it has to be unavoidable. So it cannot be your primary aim of your production process. You cannot, for example, say, I'm going to grow this cow to just produce the fat, and then I apply ILUC 0. So basically, it has to be unavoidable and unintentional, okay? And here, if you need to request to ICAO, because if your feedstock is not yet in the positive list, you can apply to ICAO to have it included, okay? If you think your feedstock complies with these requirements and it could be classified as a waste, residue, or a byproduct, you can ask ICAO to have it included in the positive list. Okay, that's possibly what is going to happen with the cassava waste that is currently not in the positive list. This is a process that is not that complicated, so that shouldn't be taking a very long time. So what is, just to give an example of what are the low-look risk practices that I mentioned before. So as I said, the first approach is the yield increase approach. So you can improve the agricultural practices, you can do intercropping, improvement in the post-harvest losses, whatever, but having more yield in the same land. Then the ILUC can be 0. Second approach, unused land. As I mentioned before, using marginal lands, using degraded pasture lands, anything to also not have this impact on land, right? So as an example, the same example as before, we have sugarcane, we are producing sugarcane in country A, and we apply low-look risk practices, basically whatever practice that increase the yield 2 times in the same land. So we produce 2 times the sugarcane. So what happens? We have the same sugarcane that we had before for food and an extra sugarcane production for SAF. So basically this means that we don't have any ILUC impact. We don't need country B to come and provide us with the food, with the sugarcane for food, because we are still producing it ourselves. So in this case, there is no ILUC. So ILUC is 0. Some examples of yield increase measures. So improvement in agricultural practices. You can maybe increase the organic matter content. You can reduce the soil compaction or erosion, decrease pests, etc. You can do intercropping, which is basically the combination of 2 or more crops that can grow simultaneously. You can improve post-harvest losses, or you can do, for example, sequential cropping, which is combining different crops in different times of the year. And to apply, as I mentioned, to verify that you are complying with these low-look risk practices, you don't need to come to ICAO, you just go to the SESs and they will verify it for you. They will check that you meet all the criteria. So just to summarize, because there's sometimes a little bit of confusion of what needs to be requested to ICAO, there are 3 cases where you can put a request to ICAO, which is for a default core LCA value when there is no core LCA value, and when, for whatever reason, there is difficulties to apply the full methodology by yourself. Second case, if you have a waste, a residue, or a byproduct that is not included already in the positive list, and you want it to be included. So this is another request that you can put to ICAO. And the third one is for an ILUC value, for a default ILUC value, okay? So when can you apply for this? So when there is, of course, no default value already, no default ILUC value, when your feedstock cannot be classified as a waste, as a residue or byproduct, and when you cannot apply also the low-look risk practices. So this is, we discussed all this in the slides before, but this is just a summary of the 3 cases where you need to put, or you can put, a request to ICAO. So what about the emission credits? This is the third element in the core, in the LCA value. So basically, we have 2 cases. So you get credits when you do avoided landfill, you get the avoided landfill emission credit, which is for municipal solid waste. Basically, you are avoiding the landfill of municipal solid waste, so you are avoiding methane emissions, so you get a credit for avoiding these methane emissions, okay? So this is why it's negative. So it reduces the emissions of your SAF. Second case is the recycling emissions credit, again from municipal solid waste. So when you are sorting your municipal solid waste, you are at the same time recovering recyclable plastics or metals that could be recycled. So for that, you get also a credit as well. Okay, so there are these two cases. You can find all the information in the document of the CORSIA, of the actual greenhouse gas methodology for CORSIA fuels. So now I'm going to give a few examples of LCAs. And let's say we have here two options, two types of SAF. Okay, so the core LCA value, option 1, 25, option 2, 45. All this is in grams of CO2 per megajoule, CO2 equivalent. The ILUC value is the same for both, so same impact on land for both, for both fuels. The total is 64 and 84. And the CORSIA baseline, so we compare it always, as I mentioned, with the jet fuel baseline, which is 89 grams of CO2 equivalent per megajoule. And in this case, we get, for option 1, we get a 28% emissions reduction in the full life cycle. And in this case, we get 5.5. So what happens that for CORSIA, to be able to use this fuel for CORSIA, you need to obtain at least 10% minimum reduction, which means that you cannot use option 2. You could only use option 1, okay? So another example here, alcohol to jet, sugarcane for ethanol in Brazil. So these are the different, these are the core LCA values decomposed, but basically you need to look at the total core LCA value. We have a default value for sugarcane, for ethanol, alcohol to jet. And we have an ILUC value as well, in this case, available for Brazil. As I mentioned, it has to be, is region dependent, okay? So we have the value for Brazil. So basically adding these two, these are the emissions of this SAF, and we obtain a 63% emissions reduction on the full life cycle. So since it's higher than 10%, then we can use it for CORSIA. Another example on used cooking oil that is also very relevant for the case of Nigeria. So core LCA value, is there a default? Yes, there is a default. You can find it for both processes, for HEFA and for co-processing. So this is the value. You go to the tables, and this is the value for HEFA. This is the value for co-processing. So depending which technology you are using, you select one or the other. And the ILUC value, what happens with the ILUC value? Used cooking oil is classified in the positive list as a waste, okay? So, meaning ILUC is 0. So that means that, for example, if we use, for example, the HEFA process, let's say it's 13.9 grams of CO2 per megajoule, this will be our only value, okay, our total, because the ILUC is 0. So in this case, we obtain 81% emissions reduction, which is, of course, much higher than the 10% minimum. So in this case, what happens with cassava waste, the core LCA value, there is no default, as you may know. So you have one option, which is apply the full methodology, so to obtain the actual value, or do a request to ICAO, okay? In this case, my colleague Bruno is going to talk about it later, about the AXAF Accelerator program. So that's an option that actually we are evaluating now with cassava waste. It started with a request from Côte d'Ivoire. So he's going to discuss a little bit more about this. Basically, the Accelerator program is to facilitate to have these core LCA values or also ILUC. So try to accelerate for certain feedstocks that we found potential to try to accelerate this process of obtaining the LCA values. And the ILUC value, so cassava waste is not included at the moment in the positive list that I mentioned before of fuels that can be classified, feedstock that can be classified as a waste, residue, or byproduct. So you would need to request ICAO for the inclusion. As I said, this process is easier, and in this case, you will obtain an ILUC 0 if it's included in the list. Okay, so basically, we don't know what's going to be here this value, but these are the steps that you will have to follow. So just, I know there were so many concepts here, and you probably are not going to know all of them, but just wanted to highlight a few key concepts on LCA. So there are three emissions, there are three components of the emissions: core LCA value, ILUC, which is the impact on land, and the emissions credit. Then second concept, the core SCA value, we can have a default already calculated by ICAO. If not, you can calculate your own value with the actual methodology. Or the third option is you can request to ICAO. If you don't have a default value, you can do a request to ICAO to calculate that value. iLook, also different options. Is there a default value? If so, then you can use it for your region. Otherwise, there is a positive list classification as a waste, residue, or byproduct to have an iLook 0. You have also the low look risk practices, which is yield increase or unused land. Again, you will obtain iLook 0. Or you can do a request to ICAO if you don't meet any of these criteria in a way. So in this case, as I mentioned, you have global values and also regional values. In some cases, only regional values, so you need to see for your specific feedstock. So to summarize, three possible possibilities to request to ICAO for a default core SCA value, an iLook default value, and the inclusion of your feedstock on the positive list. Okay, so these are the three requests that you can do to ICAO. And with this, I finish my presentation. If there is any questions, I know it's complex, it's very technical, and we just had lunch, so feel free to ask me anything needed, but we can, of course, pass you the slides, and you can have a look in more details. Thank you. Any questions or comments?
Thank you very much. That's a heavy presentation, highly technical, as you already have said. But very interesting, you know. It gives a horizon view of why we are here. The first thing to ask is, these presentations, are they available for participants to really to chew over subsequently? Mm-hmm. Good. The next thing is, when you say at some point that there is a waste, okay, at the waste, I can't remember, there was you itemized them, but there's a waste that's no longer usable. Is that what you said? At some point, especially, I think with the agro materials, there's a waste that cannot be counted into the system. Now, I was thinking, when you have a waste that could now be used to treat a soil, okay, to treat, you know, to go back into the soil. Mm-hmm. And I know that every waste still contains some measure of carbon. So if they go back into the soil and it retains there, there's no way also of counting back them into the, you know, emission reduction within the life cycle of the commodity.
The emission credits?
Yes, for the credits.
For now, the emission credits, we only have for municipal solid waste. For these two cases,
municipal
when you...
solid
yeah,
waste, okay.
Exactly.
Sorry, I wanted to provide some context to the question he was asking around how do you really determine how much has been sequestered. So for every project, there's a very well-established baseline methodology that applies that tells you what the baseline is and what protocols to use to achieve those baselines. And based on those baselines, then you can now begin to determine what your parameters are, depending, of course, on the type of product it is, whether it's nature-based and whether it's a reduction. In some instances, there are also cases where you can apply them towards avoidance, as the case may be, right? And so there are well-established protocols for determining baselines and what happens for you to tell the delta between what your baseline is and the actual emissions reduction for it to be creditable, and of course applies towards CORSIA crediting as well. So hopefully that provides some context. Hope that's what he was asking, right? So we have a very well-established way for doing so.
Thank you once more. So I wanted to seek clarification. Just, okay, if you take, for instance, when it comes to the issue of verifying emission from the airlines, and they get to reports to ICO through the NCA, when it comes to this, how do you get to verify this emission? So I wanted to get a clear explanation on how it flies, just the same way we have in the aviation sector. How do we tackle this? And if you look at ISO 14064, which of the standard does apply to explain these land processes? Thank you.
So basically the sustainability criteria of CORSIA, and this is going to be done by the SCSs, by the certification schemes. My colleague Bruno now is going to provide a presentation on all this process of how to get certified, and I think it's going to answer to your question. If not, then you can answer again if you have further questions, but it's going to be addressed in the next presentation, the process. Okay. All right, so if there is no more questions, then I think we can pass to the next one. So Bruno, if you are connected, can you please share your screen?
Hello, can you hear me there?
Yes, yes, we can hear you. Can you share the slides to see?
Yeah,
okay,
I'm sharing the screen
yeah.
already.
I think,
See them?
yes, perfect. We can see them. Thanks.
Okay, so I can get started there. Okay, so I'll assume I can get started then. So thanks for the opportunity to present virtually here. My name is Bruno Silva. I am the Sustainable Aviation Fuels Officer here at ICAO. So my presentation today is going to be about the SAF certification process and the reporting under CORSIA. So it's basically to build upon what Rossio just presented on the life cycle. How do we prove that how do we show compliance with all those requirements that Rossio mentioned in a practical certification process? So this is what we're going to be covering today: the sustainability framework for CORSIA eligible fuels, the sustainability certification process, and the role of certification bodies in this process. So, and in the context of the SAFIP process, so these are the initiatives that are covered by this presentation. So layer B on feedstock readiness, and layer C, advanced conversion pathway validation. So that this presentation is going to be in the context of these work streams here. So with that, we can move then to talk about the sustainability framework for CORSIA eligible fuels. And first to start with what does sustainable mean under CORSIA? So we have a specific definition of sustainable aviation fuel, which is defined as a renewable or waste-derived aviation fuel that meets sustainability criteria. And then which sustainability criteria? So the criteria that need to be met, they're defined in this ICAO document here, CORSIA sustainability criteria for CORSIA eligible fuels. And the definition references a waste. So as Rossio already mentioned, like what is a waste in her presentation, is a raw material with inelastic supply and no economic value. So all these definitions are provided in these ICAO documents that I'm showing here on the screen, and they're all freely available on the website that I'm putting here on the bottom. Then going a little bit on the sustainability criteria themselves. So this is the first comprehensive sustainability approach for an industry sector at a global level. And the sustainability criteria is comprised of 14 sustainability themes that are divided into into carbon reduction schemes, themes, environmental themes, and social economic themes. So, and all these themes are applicable to certified fuels produced after 2024. And then we're going to go into a little bit more detail in after a fuel is certified. For sustainability, for the sustainability criteria that I showed before, so it can be used in CORSIA by the aircraft of CORSIA. So this includes CORSIA sustainable aviation fuels and also lower carbon aviation fuels. So any of these fuels allow to reduce emission reductions under CORSIA. So, and all the details, all the technical details are provided in these 5 ICAO documents here that, as I said, are on the ICAO website. And here we have the QR code for you to find all the details there. Then going into a little bit more detail on the sustainability criteria themselves. So starting with the carbon reduction themes and principles. So theme 1 is basically that the fuels, they need to be better than fossil fuels, like on a life cycle basis. So this is related to what Rocio presented before. So we perform all this life cycle assessment of the fuel, and then the final life cycle emissions of the fuel needs to be 10% better than the baseline for fossil fuels. Then theme 2 is also related to carbon reductions, but it is more related to where the feedstock is produced. The course eligible fuels can't be made from biomass obtained from land with high carbon stock. That basically means like you can't use deforested areas to produce the feedstock for the fuel. So this is to protect these high carbon stock lands because again, they would have a carbon impact globally if this land is used to produce fuels. Then moving on to the environmental themes and principles. I won't go into the details here, we don't have much time, but just to show that all these themes encompass a wide range of environmental concerns related to water protection, soil protection, air pollution, conservation value, like biodiversity, things like that, production of wastes and chemicals, and also impacts on seismic and vibrational aspects. So these are a comprehensive set of environmental themes that consider all these potential environmental impacts coming from the SAF production. And then finally, we have the socio-economic themes and principles. So these are related to human and labor rights, land use rights and land use, water use rights, and then themes 13 and 14 related to local and social development and food security. So these themes here, they are a bit different from the others in that they, for themes 10 to 12, the scheme allows for a state attestation. So if the state where the operation is happening provides an attestation that the project is complying with these themes, so these will be accepted on the certification process. And times 13 and 14, they just require declaration from the fuel producer to state what they're doing with regards to local and social development and food security, but there's no judgment on the certification process. There's not a numerical value or a criteria to be compared against. Okay, so with that, we can now talk about the CORSIA sustainability certification process. So, which basically intends to ensure that all those criteria that I mentioned before, they are met in the practical production processes. So, why do we do sustainability certification? It's really to ensure that the SAF lives up to this promise as we're putting here. So, we make sure that the SAF is actually being produced like with sustainable practices. So this encompasses like sustainability in the feedstock production, all the traceability of the sustainable materials through the supply chain, so and the verified reductions of the life cycle emissions as Rocio showed on the previous presentation. So the certification process intends to ensure that all these aspects are observed. And who performs the sustainability certification process? So we don't do that centrally at ICAO. So yeah, we don't have a big team to perform that at the global level. So the approach that we have is to approve sustainability certification schemes that are approved by the ICAO Council to make that certification in practice. So today we have 4 SESs that are approved, that are where ICAO delegated this task to make the certification. We have ISCC, RSB, Class NK, and finally Bonsucro that was recently approved, like last month. It was recently approved by the ICAO Council. So any fuel producer can choose any of these SESs to certify their production under CORSIA. And for an SES to be approved, they also need to show they have their own certification process. They need to apply for recognition to ICAO, and the SESs, they need to comply with a very stringent set of criteria before they're recognized by ICAO. So that include requirements on the SESs and requirements that the SESs ensure that the economic operators are observing in the projects. So, and here it's a summary on how this works. So this is a bit of a busy slide, but then we have all the various roles and responsibilities on the CORSIA certification process. So here on the bottom of the slide, we see all the economic operators that need to be certified under CORSIA. So economic operators is the term that we use to refer to any company that is associated with any production step of the SAF production. So this is why we start all the way from the farm or the plantation of the point of origin of the feedstock. They need to be certified. And then if there is a first gathering point, like a collecting or a collection point that consolidates materials from various farms into a single place, they also need to be certified. Finally, this feedstock is transported to the production plant, the refinery. They also need to be certified all the way to the blending point. And then after the blending point, the SAF goes to the airline and then it is combusted in an aircraft. So all these institutions, all these companies need to be certified, and they are certified by what we call certification bodies. So the sustainability certification schemes that are approved by ICAO, they themselves, they approve, they make partnerships with certification bodies locally that have local auditors that go into the companies to make the assessment of the compliance with the sustainability certification criteria. So, and we at ICAO, we just approved the SESs, and of course we have the surveillance aspect that we make sure that things are going well by coordinating with the SESs and seeing if there are any difficulties in the certification process that requires ICAO action. So, and who does the actual certification is as I mentioned on the previous slide, is the certification body. The certification body, they assign auditors that go into the actual projects, and then they verify compliance in loco, right, in person, with via audit procedures or checklists. So these are detailed in the system documents of all the sustainability certification schemes. They have an extensive list of checklists of the things that they verify to show compliance with each of the sustainability criteria that I showed before. So here are some examples on the screen on how they do that. And then basically this is then, if any farmer or any institution wants to be certified, this is basically the process that needs to be followed. First, you need to select a certification body that works into your region. And then after that, you can register yourself as a user of the system. It can be any of those 4 sustainability certification schemes that I showed before. Then you will schedule an audit conducted by the certification body. They will go in loco and verify all the compliance with the relevant criteria. If everything's okay, the certification body will issue the certificate. And finally, the sustainability certification scheme will publish the certificate on the website so that it has like a full transparency on what was verified, and that the economic operator is complying with all those certifications criteria. And then finally, I'll talk briefly about the feedstock certification under CORSIA. You know that this is an important topic. So all types of raw materials that are can be used for SAF, they are eligible for certification under CORSIA. So here we have, so we don't have any restriction on the type of feedstock. As long as it complies with the sustainability criteria, any feedstock is accepted under CORSIA. So this encompasses like food crops and feed crops, energy crops, waste residues and byproducts, as was you mentioned before, agricultural residues, and also other types of residues like municipal solid waste, tallow, oil. So any type of feedstock. This slide is just to show that anything can be used in CORSIA as long as the criteria are met. And with regards to sustainable crops, there is also always this question on competition with food for food crops. And again, if the food crop complies with the sustainability criteria, there is no problem, right? And as Rossio mentioned before, food crops, they will have an associated dilute value with it, which make things a bit more difficult, let's say, but it is still possible and allowed to use these crops to produce SAF, as long as all the safeguards are observed. So for that, we have here like how does the SES verify compliance with the sustainability criteria? They have, the auditors can make the verification, for example, with use of remote sensing tools. There are a series of online databases regarding biodiversity, for example, where they can cross-check if the region where the fuel is produced, if there is any protection that should be considered. They also make on-site inspections and interviews with the personnel if needed. And then the others, they make that verification in the case of waste and residues. They can verify like plausibility checks. For example, if the amount of used cooking oil, it is plausible to be obtained from that region, if the number is not too big. They make on-site inspections as well. They can check if the products were intentionally contaminated, and also use interviews with the people that are working on the field. Okay, so finally, regarding new feedstocks under the scheme. So we will be talking about that more throughout the week, I guess, but we, under ACT-SAF, we're now working with this concept of the ACT-SAF accelerator to facilitate the CORSIA SAF certification of new feedstocks. And we're currently now developing a first project on cassava. We have identified good potential of cassava to produce SAF in Africa with the feasibility studies that we developed on the region, and also the ones developed by EASA. They show some synergies there. And today we don't have cassava wastes specifically classified in the CORSIA, and we don't have the full life cycle values classified for cassava starch as well. And so we're working to try to structure a project to address these gaps on the use of cassava for SAF production in CORSIA. Okay, so this is what I had. So I hope I answered the question that was raised before, but if not, I'm happy to answer here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Silva, for presenting valuable insights into the mechanisms that ensure sustainable aviation fuel is recognized within the global aviation ecosystem. We now take questions and comments. Questions and comments, please. Okay, can we have?
Thank you very much. Thank you, Bruno and Rossio, for your comment. I just want to make some comment on this last slide that you shared about the ACT-SAF accelerator framework and how we can have the cassava waste that is yet to be classified under CORSIA so that we can, because that's what we are looking at in Nigeria. And we know we have the Agricultural Research Institute of Nigeria. I think they are still here. And we have another private sector, Asanita, So what we are aiming to do is to request that ICAO will be able, we are welcoming ICAO. In fact, that's what I want to say, that we are welcoming ICAO to conduct the cassava LCA in Nigeria. That's the next that we are looking at. So Rocio, Bruno, we are looking forward to you doing this for Nigeria. It will be one of the pilots that we want to do. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much. A wonderful presentation. And we know the kind of product we are talking about. So certification is cannot be overemphasized. So, but you mentioned, you said a lot about the scheme, the sustainable certification scheme, and you mentioned I think there are companies that have been selected, and you also said something about the fact that they are going to be certified by a certifying body. But I don't think you mentioned the certification body that certified them, because my interest is that those that are certifying this scheme, are they ISO, or who are those bodies that does the certification of this scheme? Thank you.
No, thank you for the question. Yeah, maybe I can share my slide here again. So, yeah, we don't, it's not ISO that makes the certification. Like we do we at ICAO, we have a group that makes these, the certification of the sustainability certification schemes. Okay, so this is what I was showing here on this slide. The sustainability certification schemes, they apply for recognition for ICAO, and then we have a group that takes a look at all the procedures and the processes of the SES, and we as ICAO, we approve the SESs. So today we have 4 approved, and then these SESs, they approve the certification body that will do the practical audit on the field. So then we have a long list of certification bodies that are working together with the SESs to make those audits in practice. So yeah, I hope, and we do have reference to some ISO standards in our framework. But it's not ISO that make these verification of compliance, let's say. We do that at ICAO level. So I hope that that helps to clarify.
Thank you very much, Mr. Silva. Do you have more? Okay, we have a comment there. Thank you very much, sir.
Okay, I really want us to throw more light on this certification body. Is this something that the Standard Organization of Nigeria can be given the opportunity to handle? Is this something that you can also allow a local institute operate, or a local agency operate on behalf of the Nigerian ecosystem? So that's critical. I know there is also NINA here, and I know of the Information Management and Commodity Grading Institute, who also gets involved in things like this. So let me really understand.
Mr. Bruno.
I'm sorry, the internet cut a bit here. So if I understood correctly, like you're talking about the local certification bodies in Nigeria, like, and how they are. Maybe if you can repeat the question.
Yes, is there a local certification body in Nigeria that you are working with that you can give opportunity to?
Yeah, so we at ICAO, we don't work directly with the certification bodies. See here, like, so my recommendation is really for you guys to get in contact with the SESs, the sustainability certification schemes, and then they will be able to direct you to a more suitable certification body. So for ICAO, we don't have a preference, like all of these 4 are approved. We know that RSB is one that have a lot of work in Africa, but we don't have any preference on that. Like, so I think this question is better addressed by the SESs themselves. We do have a list of certification bodies in our website that we can direct you to, and how they work together with the SESs. But this is between the SESs and the economic operators. We don't participate on that at ICAO level.
Okay,
Okay, thank you very much. Just to throw more light on the last person that raised the question. So currently, I represent NINAS. NINAS is Nigerian National Accreditation System. We accredit conformity assessment bodies in line with international standard. And part of what we do is to accredit these certification bodies. And as we speak now, we have already some applications under this particular scheme. So eventually, if they get accreditation, they should be able to handle some of these scopes that's been mentioned here. So I will definitely be able to link and share. And in fact, we publish the list of the certification bodies in our website once they get accredited. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you for that. Yeah, so now I understand about this question. So I didn't talk much about the accreditation body here on my presentation, but indeed we need to have a national accreditation body that makes the accreditation and the surveillance of the certification bodies. Yeah? So happy to hear that things are moving already in Nigeria on that regard, that the certification bodies are getting accredited to perform that work. Yeah? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Silva. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, that was our last session for the day. If you noticed, we made an adjustment on the program. We are supposed to have a coffee break and networking break right after the first session of Mrs. Rocio, but we decided to move that after the closing remark. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your attention and your cooperation. Distinguished ministers of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Your Excellencies, heads of agencies, representatives of ICAO, EASA, and European Union, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, as we bring this important meeting to a close, today has demonstrated the power of partnership, shared vision, and collective commitment. We have witnessed the formal establishment of the governance framework for sustainable aviation fuel development in Nigeria, received the outcomes of critical technical studies and advanced discussions on the next steps towards implementation. The journey ahead will require sustained collaboration among governments, industries, international partners, and investors. However, today's meeting has clearly shown that Nigeria is well positioned to play a leading role in sustainable aviation fuel development on the African continent. On behalf of the Nigerian Civil Aviation Authority, I thank you all for participating and your valuable contributions. May I now invite the Director, Air Transport Regulation, Mrs. Olayinka Babaoye Iriobe, for our closing remark. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for the DATR NCA.
Good evening, distinguished guests. Before I say my closing remarks, I would like us to please appreciate our Director General, who started this program with us and is still here with us. Please, can we give our Director General a hand of applause, please? Thank you, because he's the one that made this possible. Without his support for the SAF project, we would not have been able to achieve this. So, the honorable ministers here present, ably represented by their representatives, are DG Captain Chris Ona Najomo, the representative of our honorable minister, even though I have mentioned the honorable ministers here present, but I would also like to acknowledge and appreciate our Director Air Transport Management, Mr. Tijani, distinguished members of the high-level SAF Steering Committee, our partners from the European Union, EASA and ICAO, distinguished members of the technical working groups, developmental partners, industry stakeholders, gentlemen of the press, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. As this historic gathering draws to a close, I am deeply honored to offer this closing remark to reflect on the progress we have made together today. Today marks a turning point in Nigeria's sustainable aviation fuel journey. We have taken important steps towards the formal inauguration of the high-level SAF Steering Committee by the Honorable Minister of Aviation and Aerospace Development, the official handover of the completed SAF feasibility study, the presentation of the Sustainable Aviation Fuel Implementation Program SAFIP as our national roadmap, and the launch of the SAF Business Implementation Study. We have also benefited from the rich technical sessions that address key areas, including the life cycle assessment methodology for CORSIA, eligible fuels, and certification, and reporting requirements under CORSIA. These sessions strengthened our shared understanding of the technical work ahead. The significance of this day cannot be overstated. We now move decisively from study to implementation, from understanding our potential to realizing it. The path ahead is clear. In the near time, we must reactivate the technical working group, strengthen feedstock aggregation and sustainable systems, support early co-processing and ethanol-based pathway, establish the necessary policies, incentives, and financing mechanism, and convert today's commitment into concrete action, working with the leadership of ICAO-led technical experts to facilitate the business implementation studies. This action will form the foundation for the medium and long-term growth of Nigerian SAF industry. The path ahead is clear. In the near term, we must convert today's commitment into concrete action workings with support of our ICAO-led technical experts to facilitate the implementation study, as well as take concerted effort through the Sustainable Aviation Fuel Implementation Program, SAFIP, to translate SAF opportunity assessment into practical implementation activities. Permit me to express our profound gratitude to the Honorable Minister of Aviation and Aerospace Development for his leadership and vision, to our Honorable Ministers and members of the committee for their guidance and support, to the European Union, EASA and ICAO for their generous partnership and technical assistance, to the African Civil Aviation Commission, to our amiable Director General, Captain Chris Ono Najomo, for his steadfast guidance, and to all presenters, participants, and technical working group members for their valuable contributions. I also extend my sincere appreciation to the organizing team and support staff whose dedication made this event possible, and to our friends in the media for their valued coverage. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let us leave this hall not only encouraged but energized and ready for the work ahead. We look forward to reconvening as we take the next step on this important national journey. Thank you all for attending. We will now go for the tea break, which will also double up as a networking session. Thank you for coming, We wish all of you safe journey to your respective destination, and we look forward to the next meeting to continue this journey that we've started together. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your participation and valuable contributions. My name is Wale Banjo, the ACE MC, and I wish you safe travels back to your destinations. Thank you.